Bonjour, namaste, hello, good morning, and welcome to the Senior Cricket's Festival. We're going to have a big day here at the Marsa Cricket Club because there's something to play for this morning. It's the runners' final between Warwickshire taking on Norfolk and Suffolk. I'm Rico Full. Welcome to the action here in Malta. Andale, andale, iba, 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 andale, andale, iba, iba, iba. This is the way we do it. This is how we do it. Getting ready for match day number 8 here in Malta. Big shout out to our crew here in Malta, all working very hard behind the scenes, getting everything ready for this match day 8. It's a very important day as well. This first match, as I mentioned, is the Runners' Cup final. Warwickshire will be taking on Norfolk and Suffolk, but we're going to have to keep an eye on the weather. Now, yesterday we did lose a few overs, but we did get both matches in. Today, the forecast, well, let's just say it's going to look pretty challenging for us because that forecast is showing rain for more or less most of the morning, but we could get lucky. Let's hope that the cricket gods are on our side. Now I want to start with a bit of a somber note, really. I mean, you know that myself and Vinny Sandu, Mr. Maximo, who of course joined me here a couple of days ago, we've done many matches together, and you know, I see him kind of like a brother than anything else. But yesterday he did share with me that it would be his last day in the commentary. He wanted to go out with a bang, and he did go out with a bang. He held a maximum mayhem night last night, which was all about some of the things that we've seen on the European Cricket Network. That went down a treat and raised a lot of money for the Beating Hearts campaign here, which is one of our charity partners. So I'm sure you'll all join me throughout the day to send your messages through to Maximo. He won't be commentating anymore, and we wish him all the best on his next adventure. Moving on swiftly, though, I'm looking forward to this match. So Warwickshire, remember, they are a team who are still feeling the pain of losing out to the Kangaroos when they put 199 on the board. They knew that was a match that they should have won. That meant they had to play in this Runners' Cup. And they came out, well, let's say they came out fighting. They had a point to prove. They actually blew away the opposition in the next few matches they played. Remember, in that first match against the Eagles, they put 260 on the board, which is the highest score that's ever been registered here in the festival. Of course, they were too strong for the Essex Eagles, and on that day, the likes of Steve Hooper and Chris Evans were in amazing form with the bat, so they're going to be ones to look out for. Duncan Wall with the ball is going to be the other key player. Now, Norfolk and Suffolk, we can't write them off, though, because their players are coming good. One man who's coming good is the man who scored the most runs in the festival, in the history of the festival, and that, of course, is Robin Yates. He was in good form yesterday. And the ex-England manager, Graham Taylor, not really, but the Graham Taylor, the cricketing Graham Taylor, he was good as well with the bat. So they're the key players to look out for, but also to look out for is the weather, because the weather at the moment is beautiful and sunny, but the weather could play a big part in the day. So big match coming up. Join me in the commentary position for the start of that first ball. Good morning, cricket lovers, wherever you're tuning in from around the world, and welcome to day 8 of action here in Malta. And yeah, crew, as you saw there, working very hard, and still some little final preparations being done. I'll give you some updates on that. We did have well, from when we finished yesterday, actually, as you know, yesterday was very much an on and off day with the rain, but a lot of rain overnight, which was forecasted. We've still got plenty forecasted for today, but we are hoping, a little bit like yesterday, that in between some of those showers we can keep on playing. But for the moment, we've had to make some adjustments to some of the boundaries. I mean, some parts, particularly here close to the pavilion, you saw me using the old squidger to get rid of some of the water, but also the ground staff have been working very hard. Frankie's been out there with the match officials, the umpires. So We've done a lot of work to the ground. The outfield itself in most other parts is pretty good. So you will notice that some of the boundaries have been slightly shortened because there's a little bit swampy in some places. Now, the pitch itself is fine. I've been out there to look. It's pretty good. It's pretty dry. I don't think that's going to be an issue. But, of course, I think both teams here, Norfolk and Suffolk and Warwickshire, will know that they've just got to be a little bit careful when they're out there fielding, particularly the bowlers, when they are running in and watching their footing, and the batters when they're running in between the wickets. Looks like we'll probably be starting, I feel, maybe in about 5 minutes' time. There has been a toss. And the news from that toss is that Harold from Norfolk and Suffolk have won the toss. And they're going to field first, which, of course, is right up what Warwickshire would have wanted to do. Warwickshire would have batted first. And remember, last time we saw them in action, they did put 260 on the board against the unfortunate Eagles, which is a record in the history of the festival. So they're going to be more than happy to have a bat and expecting once again. And somebody like Steve Hooper and Chris Evans to go out there and try and get big runs on the board again. I'll keep you also updated on the number of overs. As we speak at the moment, there's no change to that. I do feel that we will start in probably the next 5 minutes or so. That gives me an opportunity to just stay on the mic a little bit longer. So work being done around the ground. It's going to be sunshine at the moment, as you can see in the screen. It's looking beautiful. The umpires, that's umpire Andy and Keith. They've inspected the field. We've got a new match referee today, Raj. Raj has been out there with the umpires. So we are all ready to go. We're just, I think, waiting for Warwickshire to get their pads on and get out there. And, of course, you heard me mention there that Vinny Sandhu, who did a fantastic night here yesterday, the Maximo Mayhem, and but he did announce to everyone yesterday that he has announced his retirement from commentating, which, of course, sad news for a lot of people. I know a lot of people love listening to Vinny, and Vinny, not just a good friend, but also a very good commentator. And he's, like I said there in the morning, he's like a brother to me as well. So I wish him all the best. I know he's got a few things lined up, so I do wish him all the best. And maybe, I know he's here for a day or so, maybe we will see him here at the ground a little bit later. Perhaps he can have one last stint here with me. Hello to a few people that are joining in the chat. Hello to Nick Brown the Bear. And I'm pretty sure that Phil G there in Portugal will also be telling the viewers there about what's happened. What's happened? Rahul at the moment is looking very stressed. It looks like Rahul is a bit stressed. So I'll update you on what's happening with Rahul. Umpires are making their way out. That's good news. So, yeah, Vinny, wish you all the best. And maybe I'm sure we will see Vinny. He's scheduled to be here until he leaves to go to Portugal. Rahul is disappearing here. Rahul is off. So, folks, can I just tell you, so you'll probably hear some laughter. And I think I'd rather just, there's only one way to explain this. Rahul. Welcome back, Rahul. What happened, buddy?
Well, he tried to make a fool just out of me, but I guess he ended up making all three of us. They gave us their keys to check whether their rooms are all right or not. Yeah, it was like a very good one.
Rahul is just calming down here now. Look, folks, Yeah, Rahul was just informed that there's been a break-in at the hotel and some of the rooms affected, including his. And that's why you were very concerned. You look very worried there. But I think now you've been told that it was a bit of a April Fool's, Rahul. So, happy 1st of April to you, Rahul.
Thank you, thank you. Garrett, was it Garrett's original idea or?
I couldn't tell you.
No, it's like I congratulate the guy for coming up with the idea.
Who would come up with such a plan, Rahul? Who would come up with such a plan? Who do you think would come up with such a plan?
51% Rico, 49% Garrett.
Anyway, we're still waiting for the teams to go out there. So first of all, Rahul, give the audience your preview of the night we had yesterday.
Yeah, it was a really good night. Vinny pulled off a really good show. Couple of interesting clips on offer. Couple of interesting merch up for grabs in the auction. Going for exorbitant prices by crazy cricket fans.
Yeah, and of course that was to help out one of our partners. Of course, that's the Beating Hearts. Now, Beating Hearts is something that I know that this festival has been passionate about over the years. So we were thrilled that Vinny could raise some funds for them. I believe that almost around €700 was made from auctioning some of those items and some of the Devon Malcolm memorabilia, and of course there was that South African jersey as well. And I just have to say, you were looking dashing. Looking at the way you were dressed, there was a little bit the old Miami Vice about you. I liked your shirt. Where did you get that shirt? That was a cool shirt. Describe that shirt to us.
It was white with orange stripes on it, and I was in orange shorts, which kind of went along. It wasn't the best pair of shorts, but it somehow goes really well with that shirt.
I think the shirt it was like orange palms, right?
Yeah.
It definitely had the tropical feel, and it was very nice. Well done, and also well done for as you always do, taking the little joke played on you in the best possible way. Look, laughter is the best form of medicine. We do know that. And today is International Fun at Work Day. And we've had a little bit of fun this morning for some people who happen to be absolutely in love with their jobs. They're there every day. Sometimes it can be pretty stressful, so it's always nice to have a little bit of fun. But for some people, work might be tedious, a little less joyful, and they need some pick-me-up throughout the year to keep things lively and make days, as good and friendly as possible. International Fun at Day Work is just one such time of the year when working and having fun are meant to collide. And that's what we like to do here, the crew in the hub in Malta at this Malta Seniors Festival. And we started with a little bit of fun thanks to Rahul. And Rahul, it was all Garrett's idea. All Garrett's idea, had nothing to do with me. So well done, Garrett. As we do get ready to start, and it's a good thing is that the sun is out. It's going to be a little bit wet and damp out there underfoot, so players, fielders and batters alike, are going to have to be a little bit careful. But we're going to see some cricket. And, of course, this is a big match because this basically is the final of the Runners-Up Cup. And the very powerful Warwickshire are going to be batting first. Now, just remember the scores Warwickshire have scored in their matches. They've scored a 204, they've scored a 199, they've scored 260 against the Eagles. So putting them into bat, I'm not sure if that's a smart move there from captain of Norfolk and Suffolk, Harold, but we'll wait and see. Rob Thompson is just coming in and saying, what's the news? The news, Rob, no, Vinny's not playing today, but Vinny, last night he did a fantastic event to raise funds for Beating Hearts Malta. Beating Hearts Malta is the first Maltese association for adults and children with heart defects. And, of course, the whole idea is to buy equipment and things like defibrillators. And the idea is that the money that's being raised from some of the events that we've had here in Malta will go to get some of those very essential items here at the Marsa Sports Club. And Vinny held an event. It was a great event as well, and raised around €700 for that very worthy cause. But Vinny also did announce his retirement from commentary last night. So there will be no Maximos anymore. And, of course, it's very sad, especially for me and for all the cricketers in Europe and the cricket lovers that have got used to his sounds. And without going into more detail, I just want to wish him all the best in his future adventures as we get ready to start. So we get ready to go. And players are out there. So once again, Norfolk and Suffolk in the field. And so Mark Eames, the powerful left-hander, is out there with Chris Evans. Now, Chris Evans, we know that he was in very good form the other day. Chris Evans scored 74 and then retired of 50 balls. He was out there with Steve Hooper, who scored 84 and retired. So it looks like Eames, who is a left-hander, will face first. So Mark Eames to face. And Chris Evans is the number 2. So basically these, of course, are the 2 teams that finished second in the initial stages. And playing now for the Runners' Cup Trophy. Big match about to start. The umpires, that's umpire Keith, checks with the scorers. Oh, the scorers are ready. We have Dave with us this morning. Dave, who had says he had a good day, hopping on and off the tour bus around Malta yesterday with the Warwickshire players. So they're well rested and ready to go. Norfolk and Suffolk, of course, did play against the Eagles yesterday, and that was a match that was rain affected, and in the end, I mean, they were always on top in the match, but did win with the DLS system when they needed to chase 144 for victory. That target changed many times because of the rain, but in the end, they got to the 108 score they needed to within the 14 overs to get the win. Here's the first ball. And pushed away for a single by Eames. Well, right now, the sun is shining through, and as we know that in the mornings, the sun is very much right into our faces. And John Hisham is saying good morning. Well, John, I hope you found, I did leave you a coffee. I know you probably had trouble coming in yourself this morning because of the weather. It's good to have you here at the ground again. And well done to Frankie. Frankie just to my right, and Frankie here bright and early, making sure that everything is ready. Was getting the rope out, the flags, checking the field, out there with the umpires. And those of you, I know a lot of people know Frankie, and know Frank, of course, is not just the founder but the director of this festival. But you've no idea the amount of hard work he puts in. Frank, good morning to you, and well done.
I'm still in shock, actually, because I've just found out that Vinny has actually retired from commentary.
He announced his retirement. I mean, I must admit, I did kind of know, but he wanted to make the announcement himself.
He could have told me before we started the festival that halfway through the festival he was going to retire from commentary. My goodness, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah, he will. He has told me. I mean, he will be here a bit later. Of course, he did a great event, by the way, yesterday. Well done for you to come up with that idea, and I think it went down an absolute treat. Yeah. We had the Maximo Mayhem, and Vinnie Sanders shared a lot of the highlights and some of the fun moments and bloopers during his time on the ECN. And we also had a very nice curry to go along with that. So, yeah, thumbs up to the caterers there at the Marsa. But, yeah, it's shocking news. I'm sure Maximo, who will be in a bit later, probably be here for the start of the second innings. You'll have the voice of Maximo commentating in your festival for the very last time ever he commentates. So
yeah, well, that's
this
something
festival
to say.
will be remembered for that. But it is a sad day. But as you said, we do wish him all the best on his future endeavours.
Good luck, Maximo.
Good luck, Maximo. Harold
Kind
gets
of,
the ball.
Kind of a sad day in European cricket.
It
Rico.
is, isn't it?
Never liked him anyway.
That was Garrett. You probably heard Garrett. Never liked him anyway, says Garrett.
So the good news about the Maximosa Mayhem event, Rico, is that it gives a reason for Vinny to do this all around Europe, so everybody in Europe can see this show.
Yeah.
So whenever he's doing the rounds and you're doing the rounds around the European Cricket Network, everyone can see what we were privileged to see last night. It was an amazing event.
Yeah, amazing event. And that's a very nice shot there played as well. As Mark Eames gets that away.
If he still commentates, obviously.
If he still commentates. Tell us a little bit about this match. Winners, what are the winners? What are they playing for here?
Yeah, so effectively this is for fourth position, I think, yeah. So Norfolk, Warwickshire, Norfolk and Suffolk. Now, both winners of the competition, the inaugural winners were Warwickshire, and I think it was the 2024 winners were Norfolk and Suffolk.
Mm-hmm.
Now, Warwickshire are extremely strong with the bat, so I'm expecting them to start off with a flyer here, or try to at least. Norfolk, very, very steady bowling attack. 5 or 6 guys who are right on the button, good line and length. And they won't give them much to hit, but I think Warwickshire will still try and attack early on.
Here comes Harold with the ball, who, when it was the auction of that jersey last night, I have to tell you, the South African one, he was like, we all thought, Harold might want that. Harold said, no way. He said, I still haven't got over the memories of that World Cup. And let's just say he didn't have too many nice things to say about Alan Donald being, of course, involved in that crazy run-out when they really had it in the bag, didn't they?
Yeah, they did. It was an amazing game, to be honest. And we still don't know how that happened. The 1999 one, Rico, that was the one where in the group stages Australia needed to beat South Africa. They tied that match, didn't they? And got through on in the groups because of run rates,
yeah.
I think, yeah. And there was the missed run out at the bowler's end.
That's correct.
Yeah, because when Clusner, I remember exactly where I was that day. I was at the Scotsman pub in Malta, in St. Julian's, and believe it or not, there was David Beckham's father, Ted Beckham,
right?
Alex Ferguson's brother, Martin Ferguson, and Gary and Phil's father, Neville was there too.
Seriously?
Yes, they were.
Uh-huh.
And then when Australia made the final, I think Australia won that World Cup, did they not?
Yeah.
When Australia made the final, they were there as well. And we all put in a $5 each, so there was about, I'd say about €250 in the kitty to guess the amount of overs it took for the Aussies to finish the final. And we cleaned up. Yeah, we went for the lowest number, and it was easily low. And
Yeah.
we cleaned up. We had a great night.
Good running here between the batters. Nice shot played. You just saw there that outfield will be, you'd expect it to be a little bit slow because of the amount of rain that we've had overnight. But still, the batters do well. They double up.
So, an interesting fact in a minute about the Manchester United Supporters Club in Malta. I can say it now, a bit of a delay. But the Man United Supporters Club in Malta is the oldest supporters club in the world for Man U.
Is that right?
It is. And they have very close ties with the Man United ex-manager Alex Ferguson.
It's punched. And well stopped. The big boot on that from Harold.
And you'd see them regularly come in the off-season. So going back to the late 90s, we would regularly see the likes of Paul Scholes, who has a place here. Gary Neville also has a place here. David Beckham, Phil, Wes Brown would come out. Number of others. Yeah, we just see them walking in the street. And they come out regularly to Malta, yeah. Spend a week at a time.
Well, that's interesting news for me. I mean, mind you, they probably haven't had too much to celebrate the last few years, but
Yeah.
they're having a much better season this year.
Yeah, they have. They've improved a lot. Change of manager did help. Someone who's actually played for the club.
So are you a Man U supporter then, based on what you're telling me, or are most Maltese?
Yeah. So in Malta, I'm not.
You're not?
I'm
Okay.
Liverpool myself.
Oh, Liverpool, man.
When I was a kid, I was brought up. I actually saw every single FA Cup from 1980. So I was 5 years old, and in Melbourne, it they used to kick off at midnight every single year, and that was the one day of the year that we could be allowed to watch a football match that late. Just a single there to Robin Yates.
I know we're talking, or should be talking cricket, but all sport will do, and in between the action of cricket. So Liverpool, what's happened there this year then? I mean, everybody was expecting it to be a fantastic season from them after
Sure.
they've been crowned the champions last year, but
Yeah.
it just hasn't happened for Slot this time, has it?
Yeah, I think it was hard for all the players to get over the death of Jota, number one.
Very good point, yeah.
I also think the loss of their Colombian striker, whose name
Eludes you at the
escapes me
moment.
at the moment. I can't believe that I've forgotten his name. But somebody on the chat may be able to help me with that one.
Oh, that's a good-looking shot. And that is going to slither over the boundary. Bit of a hit, and that is what Chris Evans can do. It was in the slot, and he put it away. So Graham Taylor, last ball of that third over, goes to the boundary, takes the score to 15. So better over that one for Warwickshire. Remember, Warwickshire, they're a team that have been notching up 200 on the board with ease. Well, we're trying to find the name of the Colombian striker now. And I think we got Barry onto it.
Barry's onto it, yeah.
Barry's onto
I've
it.
just had a mental brain fade. I think the stresses of the tournament have just got a bit too much for me there, Rico. And I'm wondering where on earth is Vinny today?
That's why I'm trying to de-stress you. Vinny will arrive. Like I say, Vinny, I think Vinny's probably at the moment getting a lot of messages through from a lot of people. I know that he did say to me, I mean, yesterday was, let's just say, Vinny, I think, certainly showed another side of him yesterday when he was doing the auctioning. I think he's a pretty good auction master, as they might take 3 here. I think they probably will.
So we have news from Barry. It's Luis Diaz.
Of course.
Luis Diaz
Yes,
went to
yeah.
Bayern Munich and has been an absolute star with Harry Kane
Hasn't
this
he?
year.
Those two. Wow,
so
what a partnership they've
taking
been.
taking out Diaz, taking out Jota, unfortunately, who passed away. I think it left a massive hole up front, and the whole flow of the club, I think, suffered as a result this year.
Darwin Nunes is Nick Brown, the Bear, said. He said, but is he Uruguayan?
I think he's Colombian.
Okay, well, I think Nick Brown, the Bear, we'll look that up. Of course, Nick Brown is...
Uruguayan is the other guy that was up front that was useless.
the one you're glad you did get rid of. But Nick Brown, the Bear, we called him Nick Brown, the Bear, because, of course, he's a supporter of Warwickshire.
Yeah.
And
Darwin...
we talked about the Bear and the Warwickshire flag. That's played away. No run this time.
Darwin Nunes.
Darwin.
All that money and not many goals.
Yeah, that's who Nick Brown Bear was mentioning. Darwin Nunes? No, he was the other one. He's the one that Frankie said was useless.
Darwin Nonads.
Yeah.
Or no
Short.
nets.
In the air, that could go all the way. It will. Balle, Kinna, and this one is for our friend who's now retired, Maximo, as that one goes over the boundary for a big one. It was too short, and it gets hammered. It's a monster strike for 6 from the hard-hitting Evans.
Rico, every time you say the word Maximo, the news of him retiring, it's just too much. Yeah, it just reminds me of what a shock it is for European cricket today.
Yeah, should we organise something at the ground here when he arrives? Shall we? Do we have to give him a card of honour or something?
Yeah, I have an Australian signed shirt, maybe something to commemorate the event. Yeah, because it's a real shock to everybody here, not only at the ground, but I'm getting messages coming through my phone literally every 2 minutes asking me, have you heard about the news about Maximo retiring? My goodness.
Yeah.
And is it an enforced retirement?
Well, I don't know. All I'm thinking is, Frankie, that in the couple of days that you've had him here, of course I've been here for the whole duration, but you've had him a couple of days. You've just worked him too hard, and I think with all of that hard work in making the event successful yesterday and doing very well, of course, for Beating Hearts, which I know is a big charity that we like to sponsor here. That he's probably damaged his vocal cords. We don't know. But what we do know is that's the end of the over. And Warwickshire are going pretty well. And the score moves to another 10 of that one. 25 then of 4 overs.
Yeah. So we've all heard of the Where's Wallies, yeah?
Mm-hmm.
Now I think Vinny should come out with jigsaw puzzles. And we try and spot the Maximo in that jigsaw puzzle with the green. Chris Cowdery goes, "What are you wearing there? You're looking like Kermit the Frog."
Oh, you did, yeah.
Oh, my goodness. But yeah, the Where's Maximo in the jigsaw puzzle, that'll sell like hotcakes in Europe.
Can you imagine the Maximo doll?
Or the Maximo Legami.
The Maximo doll.
Alex,
Seems
would you
beautifully
buy
played.
the Maximo Legami? He would, yeah.
Anyway, folks, it's lovely to have your company. I've got Frankie here with me at the moment. I managed to tie Frankie down for a moment. Frankie's a difficult guy to stop, man, because every time you grab hold of Frankie, he's like, "Okay, give me a moment. I've got this to do. I've got this to do first." When I spoke to Frankie this morning, I don't know how you do it. I do not know how you do it because you're trying to do so many things from the start of the day to the end of the night.
The reason why I'm doing that, Rico, is because the other guys are just not doing their job properly.
Oh, well. Shall we name and shame?
I'll tell you what.
Oh, Garrett is here. Garrett's a big guy. I wouldn't mess with Garrett.
So I'm having to step in here, step in there. If it wasn't,
Hey, listen, Frankie. I've got Garrett. Come in here. I've got the perfect solution to your stress. Just ask Garrett about it. If you want to bend over, I'll give you one of my massages.
I've heard about your massages. So anyway, all jokes aside, Garrett's one person to mention. Garrett Kampf, everyone. Is this going to Ireland? Should I mention that he's in?
It's going everywhere.
Okay,
Yeah, it's
so
going everywhere.
all his friends at the Wave Warriors swimming club, they actually swim in freezing cold temperatures in the Irish Sea off Laytown, which is just north of Dublin and just north of the airport there in County Meath. Hello to the Wave.
Short. Well, he gets a swivel on this, doesn't he, Frankie? Is it going to go all the way? No, it just slows down. They'll take a couple. Yeah, Garrett was telling me about that. He says back home every day without fail, no matter what the weather, he's in there having a swim.
Yeah, he's not the only one as well. I mean, the Laytown Wave Warriors, they're out most weekends, most evenings, actually every day, Garrett's telling me. But apparently, Rico, the extreme cold is extremely good for you. So, when I figured out Garrett was doing this and looking 20 years younger.
Ouch, that's going to hurt, medic. And the medic might be required here because that has been crunched right onto the foot of Graham Taylor. And I think we might need a little bit of the old magic spray. Addy is up and about. Addy looks the part, doesn't he? Addy looks like he's ready for everything. He's a big lad, is Addy.
He's going to bowl.
He's marking up his run up.
He came floating in like Michael Holding there.
Yeah, we just look at the replay of this. This was hit hard and it catches him. Yeah, look, he's hopping around. Well, it's a good time to be hopping and around Easter time. He's looking like the Easter bunny there. As that one clunks him on the ankle, but Addy comes back. Addy. I think Addy. He's got the build of an opening bowler, hasn't he? You give him the new ball. I wouldn't want to fancy facing him, but Addy is quick spray, ready to go. That was the end of the over as well. 5 overs now completed, and Warwickshire should expect a Gainwell 30 without loss.
It's always nasty getting them on the ankle.
So this cold swim is good for you.
It is, yeah. So it's proven. That's a good shot. That's 4.
Yeah, it is.
Swiveled on that one.
You know what? I've got to say, Frankie, I'm worried about your son. Alex, he has got so much energy. He just jumps out there and runs. I've got a feeling that you might be, your wife might be doing washing some dirty laundry at some point today, because I can see him slipping and sliding and rolling in the mud.
So funny story about Alex. The first Test series he saw on TV was the Caribbean one against Australia last year.
Uh-huh.
And at the end of it, he was just talking in a West Indian accent, man. He was hilarious.
Oh, we now you told me that. Next time we get him on, we gotta ask him to share his the West Indian accent for us. That's gonna be 2 more runs. So I'm still waiting for you to tell me why this cold swim is good.
Yeah, it's excellent for you. It's proven. There's a Harvard University professor called David Sinclair. All the listeners on this telecast should actually look up David Sinclair. He's an amazing professor, a longevity professor. So he's proving that fasting and these type of treatments actually make people, and his father is 89 or something and still scaling and trekking mountains. And he's quite sure that very, very soon, like next decade or two, people will actually start living to 120 years of age, which is amazing to think of.
Yeah. Where is Addy? Can we get Addy here for a moment? Addy, just coming here Addy is our medic, the man you just saw running out into the middle and looking super fit. That one's played away. It's going to be just a couple of runs. Addy, I've got to ask you a question. Frankie was just talking about one of our crew members. Now, in all honesty, you might not know his name, but you see that big man there? His name is Garrett. Out of everybody here, hold that up to your... Yeah. Out of everybody here, who have you been treating every day without fail?
That's Garrett.
That's Garrett. Yeah. Say his name again.
Garrett.
Yeah. Now, Garrett might be trying to tell us that swimming in the cold water is good. But if that's the case, why is Addy having to treat you every morning? So, Addy, now you, on behalf of Garrett, so do you think that going into very cold waters every morning for a swim is a good idea?
No. For him, it's not a good idea.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Addy, who, of course, is the medic here at the ground. So, Frankie, it might be good for some people. It's not good for Garrett. Thanks very much to Frankie, who, as soon as I say you can go, he pegs it out of here to go and get on with some important work somewhere. Ash has joined us in the chat. Hello to Ash. Hello to Wayne. Very good morning to you. And, I think a lot of people like those two are coming in and hearing the news about Maximo. Sad news, but we wish him well on a new adventure. We might be here today, I think, to maybe in person for the last time come on comms and say his goodbyes. So let's go back to the proceedings here. Another over comes to an end. 6 overs gone and 40 on the board. And this is the sort of strike rate you'd expect to see from Warwickshire. They're sort of going 10-5, 10-5 at the moment. And I did mention a few things today about days being celebrated. International Fun at Work today. Yeah, look, work can be stressful, and especially at the moment for a lot of parents, because not only are you working, but you're having to keep an eye on your kids who are on holiday as well, and making sure you're doing all the arrangements for them. So it can be stressful, but today is the day which is to remind you that you can every so often try and combine work and fun where the two collide together. So try and have fun at work today. We certainly always try to have a little bit of fun throughout the day. What else can I tell you is celebrated today? National Fun Day, National Fun at Work Day. And of course, if you have fun, you feel better. So it is, of course, feel better, live better, and celebrate a healthy, balanced lifestyle today as well. Your health is very important. That one, he gets so unlucky. Well, you cannot blame the fielder there. I think that's Johnston doing the fielding on the boundary. He was getting right in line. He did everything right, yet the ball hits the ground and it deviates the other way. And that's what we're talking about. National Fun Day. Well, we saw a little bit of fun in that. James Johnston didn't. The batters certainly were happy about it. That's going to be 4 runs. Couldn't do anything about it. Yeah, feel better, live better, celebrate a healthy, balanced lifestyle by getting involved to harmonise your healthy day. They will take a single here, so the batters making it look easy at the moment. It's a great time to become more proactive in taking care of your health, including mental, emotional, physical through the path created for this important day. And if that means going out and getting into cold waters, then do it if it makes you happy. So they're looking to bring up the 50 here pretty quickly, Warwickshire. Remember, being put into bat, I always thought that was not going to fare well for Norfolk and Suffolk. Somebody's left a box here with something in it. Shall I investigate? Ooh, some cricket balls in there. Tell you what, some of those videos that we saw last night, Garrett, some of those players could have done with a few spare balls, couldn't they? That's a... Oh, flicked away. This one is going to be a long chase. Ándale, ándale. Iba, iba, iba. Pero no puede, no puede. Eso también es cuatro carreras. Well, that was the part of the ground that I was squidging a bit earlier. So it does get slow. It is mushy. But the ball still makes its way. I think that was slightly quicker delivery. Just straight, only by a fraction onto the pads. And that also brings the 50 up as Evans just flicks it away nicely. He's going well. Both batters are scoring at a very healthy rate. 50 on the board. Off the 7 overs is another one where they get 10 from it. And you just feel, or I feel, they've got to make a change of the bowling. I'd like to see them take the pace right off. And it looks like they are doing that here. Harold looks like he's talking to the new bowler to make a change. And Rob Thompson saying, what did Blowers say to Vinny? Well, yeah, maybe. Good point. Maybe Blowers, along with Chris Cowdery, had a chat with Vinny. I know that Chris Cowdery wasn't entirely happy with what Vinny was wearing. Maybe Vinny thought that's enough. If I've been slated and sledged by Chris Cowdery about the colours on my outfits, then I'm done. I've had enough of this. It could be, we never know. Maybe Vinny himself will tell us when he's here later. Here's the new bowler. And that's swept nicely. They have set the field to it. Fielder gets down, makes a stop. Nicely done there by a man who's going to have a good game here today. Robin Yates, the leading run scorer of the festival, been in good form. In the last 2 knocks, he scored over 90. He was retired not out yesterday when he got to 50. So Kevin Potbury, the bowler. That's going to be a wide down the leg side. Good take from the keeper, and of course is Ed Taylor. Taylor's been good behind the stumps. He got a bit of a wake-up call, didn't he, in that the match before the start of this festival? You know what? We never thought of this actually. Where's Garrett? That's an idea for you, Garrett and Frankie. We should have got Devon to sign his helmet. Because remember when Devon was bowling, Ed Taylor was behind the stumps and one smacked him right on the lid when he was keeping, and that's Devon Malcolm was only bowling of a couple of steps. Yeah, that helmet. I mean, Ed Taylor can say I've been hit on the lid by the bowling of Devon Malcolm. Yeah, that helmet could be worth something. Of course, you can probably go back and find that somewhere as well. Somebody must have recorded it. That's going to just probably be a leg bye here, is it? No, normal buys. Always lovely to see the sun shining at a cricket ground. The players, as in this case the Warwickshire players, taking a stroll around as a group, walking around the boundary. It's a very English cricketing thing to do. also have some nice supporters at the moment, because right now that area where the stands are has got a lot of people sat there watching. You can see that some of the wives are there and girlfriends. Some locals watching. I know that Johnny Heasham is in there somewhere. So good morning to everybody at the ground enjoying the cricket. It's another one down the leg side. So Podbury he's varying his speed pretty well, but he's not able to control the direction. That's another one that's he sprays wide. So he's having a bit of difficulty getting it right to this right and left combination. The two batters floats this one up. And no run there. That's a better ball. A bit of an ask the question. That's Podbury. The umpire says no. Over comes to an end. 6 runs from it. 56. 56 without loss. I forgot to tell you, Rahul made a friend this morning. A friendly snail came over and said hello to Rahul. Somehow it made its way all the way up to his shoulder. I like that, Rahul. He said, well, we know he likes plant-based diets, and he made a plant-based friend in the snail. Both of them were sharing menu plans together. The best tasting leaves, what would they be? The only thing is the snail doesn't stand a chance when it comes to eating the greens. Rahul will polish them off pretty quickly. Change in the bowling. Looks like Martin Southwell is going to bowl over number 9. He too starts with one down the leg side. Southwell has bowled well. He's put in some good performances in this festival. Looking to get right back in his crease, isn't he? Both the batters are looking to get back in the crease, and they know that the ball has got a nice bounce to it. Get back under it and play it away. Taking on the fielder. That's good fielding, and that's out. That is out. That is brilliant fielding. Quick and sharp is the man who eats the spinach. Yep, Curly Whirly, Mr. Mark Whirly. That's a great bit of fielding. I mean, it was a risky one. It was a gamble that the batter took there, Chris Evans. But Whirly was worthy, got down. I like the way that as he gets down, he's quick to release the ball to the bowler as he's going down. Have a look at this again. It is really a bit of sharp fielding. And Evans will go thanks to a brilliant bit of work from Whirly. That's why, children, enjoy the Easter eggs during this festive period, but eat your spinach. Because Whirly eats his spinach, and just like Popeye, he comes up trumps and he comes good with a brilliant bit of fielding. That was all to do with Mark Whirly. And Southwell just needs to gather the ball and do the rest. Excellent work. Evans will go run a ball 26. And the way they were going, has to be said, there was really no need for it. Just picked the wrong fielder. There wasn't a need for it. There was no chances given in this innings at all by either batter. They were going at a very good rate, and Chris Evans will know that was wrong decision, misjudgment from him. Worley makes him pay. Straps Eames on the pad. He's a long way forward. And the ball is probably never going to go on to hit the stumps. And the umpire doesn't entertain the appeal. Flighted. And good footwork from Eames. And good footwork also from the fielder. So that delivery had footwork written all over it. They will get 2 runs though. Eames very good to pick the fuller ball. Gets himself in a good position as he plays it away. But they have got the fielder Harold, who's out there doing the sweeping. Makes the stop. Oh, that's gone through. Keep an eye on the umpire here. Definitely buys off some sort now. Whether it's catches anything on the way through or not, we don't know. But I'm not seeing a signal from the umpire at the moment. So looks like you maybe did get a bit of bat on that. Yeah, no signal. So runs to Mark Eames. A little dab. No is the call. Gentle pick up from Podbury, who will keep hold of the ball to bowl the next over. Good tight over. Just the 3 runs from it. And that wicket, the run out, which was magnificently executed there by Popeye. Doing the fielding, acrobatic fielding. 60 off 9. As once again, I welcome everybody that joins us here in Malta on a day which I feel will be similar to what we had yesterday in terms of the weather. Temperature at the moment is very healthy, but that's not the problem. The temperatures currently is around 13 degrees. We will get highs today of around 17. But the issue is the amount of rain that is around us. If it stays around us, not directly above us, that's fine. But just having a look. Now, my weather app was pretty accurate yesterday. And it says that there'll be some rain any moment soon. And just as I say that, there is a little bit of drizzle. Drizzle's not an issue. I think they'll carry on in the drizzle. But if it gets any heavier, the umpires, to Andy and Keith, will have no option but to get the players to come off. Good morning to Ian Smullen, who walks by wearing his rather trendy shades, the mirror look. Yeah, so just a little bit of rain coming through now. That's nicely played. Just take the single as the backward point. Yates was moved a little bit further back just to give him a bit of time to react to some of those shots that they feel they'll see from Steve Hooper. Now, Steve Hooper, another batter who was in very good form when Warwickshire put that 260 score on the board against the Essex Eagles. Off the pad, a long way forward, Mark Eames. Yeah, quite unusual look at the moment. It's something we got used to seeing here. It's kind of the window that I look through. It's footwork, and that's a shot and a half in it. This is a shot and a half. Play it again, Sam, because this shot was fantastic. Look at the pose. आ देख लो shot. Proper shot, Maria. Pause भी देखो. आ देख लो. Straight out of the book, this one. They don't come any better than this. Footwork. Watch the finish. Look at that elbow. That is glorious. Sweetie स्वाद आ गया. बड़ा सोना shot अपने Mark Eames ने मारिया. Delightful. I mean, It's only early in the day. It's definitely the shot of the day. A shot like that is right up there. Shot of the tournament. I know there was one very similar from Rohan Jayasakara, the Canadian Masters captain, and he follows it up with a sweep, but they have patrolled that area with Robin Yates, who underarms it back into the gloves of the keeper Taylor. End of the over, and score moves to 69. Oh, it's a day of fun and happiness, and the number 69 brings a lot of fun and happiness to a lot of people around the world as well. .69 then off 10 as the rain. Not too heavy at the moment. The only thing with the rain, of course, is that it's only building on what's already fallen overnight. So in some parts of the ground, those soggy parts of the ground are not in the field of play, because the boundary ropes have been moved in certain parts of the ground, particularly in front of where we are, the pavilion. But yeah, if the ground is wet and soggy in parts already, it just makes it worse. Eames uses his feet again very well. He's to all the youngsters that are watching, if you watch Eames, the way he uses his footwork, he's a classical guy to watch, because just if you look at his upper body, particularly his head, he's always keeping it nice and still. He's not one of those batters that comes down the pitch and then loses his shape and looks to whack the ball and the head is up in the air. The head and the upper body is beautifully straight. He backs himself and just doesn't let the wicketkeeper get a sniff. He leans into this defensive push. Does Hooper. Yes, Scotty. Hello, Scotty. Scotty saying, what a cracking drive. It was a beauty. Hi, Scotty. Hope you're well. What do you think of the news, Scotty? Your fellow countryman, they're liking it. Going for the sweep. Yeah, Scotty, your fellow countryman, Vinny Sandhu, who has announced his retirement from the commentary. And I know that all sorts of questions and comments coming through. And one of them from Rob Thompson is that Blowers must have said something to him. I think it was more Chris Cowdery yesterday when Chris didn't take a liking to Vinny's green suit. Oh, goes for the sweep. This could be and will be a wide. It's a wide run. Hey, very important day. I know it's a day of fun today, but also a day. This is something I want to mention, because I know a lot of people. Not out, says the umpire. No, a lot of people who were part of this organisation. In 1918, the United Kingdom's Royal Air Force was formed. And to all the Royal Air Force men and women, and we want to let you know we never will forget what you've done. And what a great and very important organisation that was. 1918, United Kingdom's Royal Air Force was formed. This is a good over, isn't it? He's had the batters guessing, and at the end of it, only the one run will come off that one from Southwell. Southwell, of course, had the wicket that would fall off that over from him as well. So 70 4-1, and the one wicket was the run out of Chris Evans, who decided to take on Popeye. Well, you're always going to come up second best if you go after Popeye. Doot, doot. The man who eats the spinach. And what else back in this day? 2004, Google launched Gmail. And 5 years later, the number of people using the email service surpassed 1 billion. Yeah, that was in 2004. That's just going to be a single. Good arm thrown in from Harold. And 2001, the Netherlands became the first country to grant equal marriage rights to same-sex couples. 2001 is when all of those things happened. So just some of the days back on history. And, of course, this day, the 1st of April 2000. Oh, gone! Well, let's just hold that thought for a moment as another wicket goes. Hooper goes back to a ball he should have gone forward to, goes back and tries to play this out the off. I don't know whether that stays a little bit lower, but the wicket will go, and it's another big wicket. And Kevin Podbury strikes and gets the big wicket of informed Steve Hooper, who'll fall for 5. Oh, that is a big wicket. Very, very big wicket. So another one bites the dust. Yeah. So Hooper goes. Probably gets the wicket. Yeah, another day that will go down in history is this day, 1st of April 2026. The retirement of Vinny Sandhu. Of course, good friend, fellow commentator. And he will retire from commentating. And I wish him all the best in his future adventures. Now, we know he will be at the ground at some point, and he'll tell us a little bit more about it after doing a wonderful job, of course, at the Maximo Mayhem night yesterday, where, of course, a lot of money was again raised for one of our charity partners. And, of course, that is Beating Hearts, Malta. Well, interesting little phase and passage of play here. Wicket goes. Podbury bowling well. And after they were going at a pretty healthy rate the first 9 overs, that one wicket, first of all, the run out of Evans, and now that wicket there of another hard hitter, Steve Hooper, could just slow things down a little. But we do know one thing about Warwickshire. They do have plenty of batting. So next bat who's come out there is Steve Healy. Got options, haven't they? But they've gone with Healy to come in at number 4. Just a dot.
After drinks, tell them Henry.
Another dot. So remember, just the one run came off that over from Southwell. So Podbury, that gets pushed. News coming in that Blowers has, well, the sun is shining, so Henry Brofield has probably decided it's probably a good time to get to the ground, and we'll try and get him in for a few overs. Why don't we? I know everybody around the ground gets excited when Blowers is here. Well, at the moment, the excitement is coming from Norfolk and Suffolk. It's a good little period of play for them, the last few overs. That's going to be another fine over from Podbury. Just a couple of runs come off that. 72 now for 2 after 12. So in 3 overs, just 4 runs. 4 runs in 3 overs. After they were going really well. Only 1 came of the first, then 4 of the second. Then from the third over onwards, it went 10, 10, 5, 10, 10, 6, and so forth. So they've just got themselves back into the running here. Warwickshire, though, they'll know, once again, it's about getting another partnership going. Eames has played 35 deliveries. That's another good shot. Should be just a single, no mistakes in the field. There's that one. Gets underarm back. Eames has now moved into the 30s. Healy taking strike now. Well, there should be a single here, and it will be. Southwell partially stops it. I think if he had probably left it, it may not have been a single because it was driven pretty well. Eames now, I think he's batted so well. His movement, his timing has been spot on, and this time he gets one that's oh, it's a misfield. That's going to be 2 runs. That's Harold there doing a little bit of lazy fielding. It might have something to do with the glasses of red wine that he was putting away last night in that very successful evening. But Harold, normally a very good fielder, lets that one get through him. That's going to be a couple of runs to Mark Eames, who gets back on strike as a result of that misfield. That's that lovely foot movement. You can see he's trying to get it, if he can, in past Harold, who's short mid-wicket, and the sweeper. He's looking to get it just past Harold, and then if he does that, I don't think that Graham Taylor on the boundary is going to make the stop, but he's not able to just get the wrist work right, Eames, so he'll have to settle for just a single. Oh, it's just gone up in the air. Probably was a single there. Eames had started, but you can see that the batter, Healy, a little concerned. He thought he was just going to lob that straight to the bowler, so it doesn't go anywhere at all. Tossed up and just defensively played back, so looking to just get himself in is Healy. Yes, over his call. It's another tidy over, just a 5 from that. So well done to Southwell. Remember, drinks will be taken at the halfway point, at which point, straight after drinks, it'll be my pleasure to once again have Henry Blofeld coming into the commentary. So do get your questions ready when Blowers comes in, and think of some different ones. I know we've had him with us a couple of times already, so think of something different. Maybe focus on things outside of cricket. Maybe some of the books that he's written. So over completed, and the change of bowling. I did say when we saw Harold and Graham Taylor bowling that because the batters took a liking to that pace coming on, that maybe putting the slower bowlers on could work, and he's done the job so far. As Kevin Podbury continues. Matches today, some people are asking. So we've got this, which is technically kind of the playing for 4th spot. It's the Runners' Cup final, if you like. No run there. And then this afternoon, we've kind of got the second match, and a very important one for Sussex, who, of course, are taking on the Kangaroos. The Kangaroos, we'll see them return after a couple of days of rest. It's no run there again. Let's see how they go. The Roos, but taking on, of course, Sussex. That's punched away quite nicely at the back foot. They'll get a couple of runs here. And chased hard by the fielder, Southwell, who straight after bowling has to run after that and get there, and he will get there. A couple of runs. Well, if it stays like this, we'll be more than happy, and we'll be very lucky as well, I'll tell you that. Good delivery, just leaves that one alone. Didn't want to go after that. See, that one's got a little bit of spice to it. I'll let that go by. Of course, coming to the closing stages of this festival as well, and it's been absolutely wonderful. Fielder's got a bit of work to do here. One hand pickup, should be 2. You always got to be taking one on for the throw, and they will do that. They'll get a couple. Over will be called, and score moving now on to 81-81. 2 down. Very quiet in the hub today. No book scorers in the house. That probably is one of the reasons. And Sam is sat next to me today. It's not often that I have the pleasure of Sam here. And Sam is normally tucked in the corner. I think Sam is doing the ball by ball and the clipping. We have Dave, the scorer. Dave, at some point we'll have Dave telling us probably about how Warwickshire spent the day on the buses. Rahul, who is calmed down now after being in a state of frantic shock this morning, and we have Kenneth as well. That's played nicely, and of course a lot of people are asking how is Sam and his Habibi belly. Better. Sam did have some of the curry yesterday, and he's okay. The Habibi belly is settling down. It's nicely played, but once again he just cannot get it fine enough. They've also got the field that's been set here to Eames, square leg, and the mid wicket on the boundary with a short fielder in the ring, and he's not been able to get anything away on that leg side as yet. The field has worked a treat to him. Healy does go back and defensively places away, so Healy is taking his time to get himself in, and I suppose both the batters now here in this 15th over have probably said to themselves, well look, let's see it through to the drinks interval, and then after drinks we'll carry on from there. But still, you would think with the number of wickets they have to come, they're in a good position to put a good score on the board. That's nicely played, and the batters will come back for a couple. It's fielded very well as the fielder came all the way around from that extra cover position to do the fielding. So Blowers is making his way in, and once the drinks go out, I'll introduce him properly. Lovely to have him with us. It'll be the third time he joins us in the commentary position, so do have your questions ready for him. I know that Rob Thompson mentioned Blowers a little bit earlier when we were talking about Vinny, and said, what did Blowers say to Vinny? Well, maybe we can ask him himself if he did say something to him. Hello to Scotty. Hi, Scotty. Yeah, so any questions for the legend himself, to Blowers or Henry Blofeld? Oh, they're asking the question and he's gone. He's given him. So we will take drinks now. Wicket just before drinks. The umpire has no hesitation. We'll have a look at this again. I mean, it looks like he's going forward, but I think on impact, I think it hits him before he starts that movement. So it's going to be very interesting, but the decision has been given. It's a good wicket to get at the right time. Yeah, I reckon you can see the movement is after he's been struck. And I think the umpire's decided that that's good enough to put the finger up. So that's Mark Eames. Eames goes for 36. It's another good wicket to get. So Sid's story really has been that you have batters who have made starts, Eames and Evans. Evans really gave his wicket away. And when you look back at that, that could be a very important moment in the match. Now, Mark Eames was getting close to having to retire soon anyway. He would have had about 9 balls left. He now goes his leg before, and Southall is having a wonderful little spell here at the moment. And it's that time as the players will have their drinks. It's my pleasure once again to welcome the legendary Henry Blofeld to the commentary hub.
Good morning, old boy. I will say it's feeling a little bit hoarse this morning. That's rather bothered by your sudden admission this morning.
Ah, well, yeah. And did you have anything to do with it? A lot of people want to know if you had anything to do with that.
Well, my dear old thing, I'm a little bit worried that had some kind of influence on the youngster. He seemed to be chap seemed to be going quite smashingly, and then suddenly wanted to give up the pursuit.
Well,
very, very immediately after our meeting.
I think, Henry, you know when you get to a point when you feel that you've got to a point where it can't get any better. I think Vinny might have got to that. I think he met yourself. He then of course, yesterday I had the pleasure of meeting Chris Gowder, and he probably thought it doesn't get any better than this. This is probably a time for me to retire, maybe from commentary, and move on to other things.
I'm terribly honoured that you'd think there's something to do with that, but the poor chap, I think he seemed a little bit tired and overworked, if I'm completely honest. It seemed he's been doing I think he might have done more matches than I have in 70 or 80 years, and I do believe it's a little bit inhumane, the kind of schedule. Completely honest, I can totally understand why he's given it away.
Yeah, well, that's one way of looking at it, but considering that you met him on his very first day here in Malta, I don't think he was quite overworked, but anyway, it's great to have you here. What have you been up to? I know that yesterday, unfortunately, because of the weather, you weren't able to join us, but what did you get up to yesterday?
Right, as I said the other day, I think I may have ran my last quick single in those conditions. I don't think it was quite the ticket for me to assist.
I think it would have been a perfect day, wouldn't it, to find a nice spot somewhere and maybe enjoy some of that red wine that you got a bit of a fancy for.
I told you the other day that at my age, the red wine not quite going through the corpus the way it used to, but it's just quite an easy day, really. It's an easy place to enjoy oneself, isn't it?
Podbury continues. What do you think of this match so far? I mean, the first 9 overs, I know that you were watching the first few overs. Warwickshire were in good stead, you would say. And those wickets falling have just got the Norfolk and Suffolk side back in this match, and probably maybe feeling that they're getting themselves on top, especially with that wicket of the powerful left-hander Eames.
Well, it reminds me a little bit of first innings Warwickshire versus Sussex in 1952, where they made quite a cracking start, really. Some of the bowlers weren't really hitting their lengths at all, and a careless run out really started the rot. So certainly things looking a little bit better.
Oh, they're gonna take a run here. That's well run. Partnerships now. So you effectively got 2 new batters out there. Healy's gone out, and he's had a very defensive mindset up until now, because I suppose he was happy that he had Eames out there doing all the running and playing the shots. But now he's been joined by David Swinburne. Swinburne himself has been good at the top of the order, so he's coming a little bit lower than we've seen, coming in at 5. But as we know, he can very well adapt to most positions, for anything from 1 to where he's coming here now 5. So still, as I say, they've got good batters, and still more good batters to come.
I dare ask you, what do you think enough runs for Warwickshire? I know they've been pretty confident looking so far.
That's played away. Good bit of fielding. I think Warwickshire, they, whether they show it or not, they know that the opportunity was there for them to be playing in the championship pool. They're a side that are good enough, and in fact, many people fancy them to maybe even be the champions of this festival, but they got done by the Kangaroos in that, when the Kangaroos chased that 200, and they're a bit reeling from that, and I think because of that, it's kind of pumped them up to go out there in every match and play out of their skins, and they showed that when they scored that 260 against the Essex Eagles.
I'm disappointed perhaps, Rico, but it reminds me of something my first wife said many moons ago. He said, Henry, it's no disgrace to come second, and perhaps you should try it now and then.
Few people are saying, is that Blowers or his Aussie cousin in the comms? Oh, well,
Terribly offended.
MW, I think we all know who MW is now.
Reeks of an inside job, really, doesn't it?
What are you trying to apply? All right. Let's have a look at this. Southwell, who's made things happen, is continuing, and Healy is just a long stride, defensive push down. He's, I think the rate they're going at is okay. They can probably afford to take a few overs just to push it around, get the singles, get the batters in, and then themselves start to go for it with plenty of good batters to come. So they're still, I think, looking and will be looking to push on to a kind of a a 180 score. I think they feel if they get to that 180, they feel it's probably enough against Norfolk and Suffolk.
Yes, well, time will tell, I suppose. I dare say that youngster that you said has given the game away. If he doesn't have a future in cricket commentary, he may have a future in impressionism, because I heard he does a flawless Henry Blofeld.
Well, on that note, I think it's time for me to say, stop straining your voice. Mr. Maximo, everybody.
Thank goodness, because this is hard enough as it is without trying to do a voice. Yes, good morning, everyone. Well, I do have a good news, bad news situation. Now, Rico said, that I'm planning my retirement, but obviously I wouldn't do it straight away. I wouldn't do it in the middle of a tournament. But, people close to me know there's been a few things going on in my life and everything. And, that's the night last night, which was a cracking night. Vinny Sander here, by the way, in case you were in any doubt. After was it 2 overs of blowers? It seemed like about 40. That should be 2 here out to deep cover. But, I think the time feels right. After that night last night, reflecting on everything that we've gone through over the last 5 years, I think it is time to take a bit of a break at least. If it's not a full retirement, I am planning at least for the next year or two to step back and pursue a few other ventures. So,
what's the umpire think there?
Well, the batter's not a walker, but the umpire is. He decided to take a couple of steps. Never a great sign that the LBW appeal is going to be upheld. But I mean, you leave everything in good hands. I mean, you've obviously done a brilliant job. We've got the rest of our commentary stable up and firing. So
Yeah, but I should be retiring before you.
yeah, you'd think so, but
Oh,
geez, that could be out.
He's gone. He's given him. The finger goes up. Quick work there from Ed Taylor. Ed Taylor was not in any doubt at all. He just knocked the bells off and went to celebrate. The batter had a quick look there at the umpire, and you can see umpire Andy puts the finger up and says he asked for go. Let's take a look at this. This is really good work from Taylor. Taylor knows he's got him here. Taylor just says, you're gone, buddy. On your way.
Yeah, and it was a lightning bit of work. Kind of takes it one motion and clean as light, just whips off the bails. Beautiful piece of work. I mean, the first thing was it was an excellent ball, wasn't it? Kind of drew the batter forward, drew him into a false shot, never quite got to the pitch of it. But you know me, I'm a huge fan of wicket keepers, particularly stumpings, and that was a top-class piece of work.
Brilliant work. It really was glorious, lightning quick. And
Good decision as well, I will say.
Yeah.
It was a very good decision. It wasn't super obviously out, but it definitely was out if you're paying attention. Always a good sign when the umpire's paying attention at square leg.
Yeah, you at the moment now you're sounding about like you're sounding a bit
hybrid.
of Maximo and Blowers together. Your throat still hasn't quite recovered
take me a little bit of time to warm up.
From the auction that you did last night, which can I just say was extremely successful, and of course, well done to the 3 people that helped to make and raise money for of course a very worthy charity.
Yeah, we had Ken Robertson as well as Ian Justin and Heinrich Gericke purchasing the 3 items, and we raised €650 for Beating Hearts, which was a great result. There's your one bouncer for the over. Says sorry, but if that throw was a little bit less directed, he might have been saying sorry to someone that was horizontal on the ground. Well, luckily, the bowler was able to get out the way in time, Podbury.
Yeah, a few people are saying, "What colour are you in today?" Well, you've got the yellow today, haven't you? The bright yellow.
Someone said, I need to watch out for you, Rico, because you like to take a bite out of a banana, and I do look a bit like a banana today.
I'll be peeling you later. Don't you worry about that.
And by the way, you reminded me, that concerns me after our conversation yesterday, but I'm not going to go back there. It's nice to know I'm appealing, though. Tempted sweep
we obviously thinking the same lines this morning. You look like a banana, and I've got the aubergine socks on. Now, Mike is getting a bit excited. Big talk of aubergine. We know why. If your girlfriend is listening, behave yourself.
I heard that it's not just Rahul that's been stealing hearts, and there was a bit of a robbery in the hotel this morning that was perpetuated. And I was just hoping. The funny thing is, if Rahul's room was robbed, this is funny for me to say, but they would have left all his clothes behind.
The thing about the thing about this story, by the way, as we see this next delivery, and they're all looking to paddle it across the line, so they are kind of leg before wicket candidates here. But the thing about it was that when it was all happening, Rahul was like he was frantically concerned. He really was, but it was like. It's my clothes. That's what
was the clothes?
All I've got in there is my clothes.
You could always get
my
another
clothes.
passport, but
And
he doesn't sell these clothes
And
anymore.
I was thinking, when he was saying that, my clothes, there's no value. It's just my clothes in there, my clothes. I was just thinking, well, why is he so concerned? Because
He was a bit worried they were going to take him to the
if
lab.
it's just his clothes, it'll be that one pair of shorts and the Miami Vice shirt that he wore last night.
I was a bit worried. Yeah, that they want to have the clothes scientifically analysed. That's the thing that would worry me.
He said he was concerned about his passport as well. Yeah,
Put the blue light on him.
fair enough.
Well, yeah, you can always get another passport, can't you? Easy enough. He'd be stuck in. He said he doesn't want to be an illegal.
Rahul said
You should
yeah,
be
but
safe in this country
by
for
the
a
time
while.
he gets another passport, it'd be illegal. Well,
That would be a good end to the joke if he ends up in some sort of detention centre as a result of us swiping his passport. Maybe overdoing it.
that's a nice looking shot down the ground, but the fielding, as ever, has been very good from Norfolk and Suffolk. As Robin Yates is kind of wearing the combat style trousers, isn't he?
Well, he's
Yates?
weighed down by all his Player of the Match awards, Yates, and I wonder if he keeps them in his pocket. Of course, doesn't want to have them stolen. Just maybe slowing him down a touch, but yeah, all-time leading run scorer. Still obviously a big factor in this tournament. Again, slow to go. The spinner's having a good time at this tournament. Left arm cheat code around the wicket.
That's a nice strike, but partially stopped by the fielder, who then has to chase after it. That's Stephen Bolger.
This is
Watch
why
out for him with the ball as
I
well.
prefer cricketers to footballers, because when a footballer got that kind of impact on the foot, they'd be rolling around the ground for 10 minutes. And he was able to just get up and chase the ball.
That's true.
Take note.
Hey, since you brought up football, let's talk about football.
Yeah.
Let's talk about some amazing results yesterday. Italia, ¿qué pasa, Italia? Italy, once again, going to be failing to make a World Cup.
Well, at least they qualified for one World Cup this year, but it wasn't football.
It was not
They
indeed.
qualified for the Cricket World Cup and obviously turned quite a few heads at that tournament. But I can't believe how long they have been in the World Cup, especially it's expanded to 48 countries from 32.
Well, yeah,
They still didn't qualify.
Ever since they won it, they haven't
Curacao
been
look
back.
closer than them.
They haven't been back. So Italy now performing better in rugby and cricket than they are in football. And, of course, Czechia. Let's talk about the Czechia story.
My home country now, I suppose, my place of residence, they had to win 2 back-to-back sudden death games of 1 spot for 4 countries. So they had to play Ireland last week. The Irish, I think there were more Irish people than Czech people in the city last Thursday night. And then the other semi-final was Denmark versus North Macedonia. Denmark won that one. Czechia beat Ireland on penalties. And not often you fall behind in a penalty shootout but win, but they basically, after 3, they were down by 1. But then Czechia they scored their last 2, and Ireland missed their last 2. So that was a huge turn, because I mean the whole Irish crowd, they were 1 kick away, 1 kick, bang. 2 minutes later, what happened? Bit like my first honeymoon, actually. And then Denmark. I mean, Denmark, very good side, and again, Czechia, they were able to equalise. And ended up winning on penalties. So, yeah, Czechia are through. Everyone will be quite happy. I mean, Czechia,
Very happy.
Football's a big sport there. To be honest, hockey's even bigger. So I'm sure it would annoy countries like Italy and huge football countries that they're not there. Czechia are, but they've earned their way there. And that's the beautiful thing about football, really. It's that you do see a lot of upsets because the nature of the game. It's quite an unpredictable game to pick. But what do you think about? Shouldn't Italy be in the last 40? Is there something wrong with the qualifying if you have 48 countries? Are Europe getting enough spots, or what do you think?
I think the best way to look at it is this change, isn't it? After they won the World Cup, a new team had to come in, new players.
Do you know what it is?
New change.
It's karma. It's long-form karma.
Karma?
Because Australia's got a funny relationship with football, as we call it soccer, just to to avoid, ambiguities, right? But Australia has a funny relationship with it. But in a World Cup, it's very, very rare with our old, being in Oceania, it was quite difficult to qualify for the World Cup. We qualified once in 1974, I'm going to say, and then we were able to qualify in 2006 for the first time in 34 years. We went on a dream run, really punching above our weight. We get to, I think it was just before the quarterfinals, or round of 16 it might have been, and we're playing Italy. And we've got no beef with Italy. A lot of Italians in Australia, etc., etc. But there was a horrendous dive that resulted in Italy getting a penalty and essentially knocking Australia out of the World Cup. And I still remember where I was at that moment. Lucas Neal, I think, breathed in the general direction of one of the Italian players, and first watch this cracking shot, which is going to be knocked down but not fielded cleanly. Pardon my voice, still got a bit of the blowers in me. But it was like that. I could feel. Pardon me. I've got to be very careful with my selection of words. That was quite a good. I dare say that was.
Well,
that one might not make it too hard.
No wonder he's always been smiling every time I've seen him.
He's quite the man. Anyways,
That's going to be 4 runs, I think. Yes, it is. He's placed that beautifully. So finally, after a long time, we see a boundary. It's nicely played, nicely timed. Cuatro carreras. All right, let's go.
Probably a
back
sign
to
that I
your
was
music
veering
story.
off track with my anecdote. No, but I said at that moment where the Italian player took a dive and there was a cheap penalty, I could feel the whole country of Australia groaning, thinking to themselves, that's why we hate this sport. Okay, we were all on board. We're all on the bandwagon. And then, because I suppose the Australian football codes are beautiful. You cut away. I'm not sure if it'll go all the way, but we'll get 2 and even a possible 3 depending on their interest level. Maybe not, because that was a good chase, actually. They will keep it to 2. But yeah, because the Australian football coach, there's a culture of even if you're hurt, you get up.
Yeah.
If you get a reputation, someone that is hunting for free kicks, then there's a kind of natural selection where umpires won't give you any and other players will actually start trying to hurt you. So it's just a different culture thing. Hello.
Well, can we see this ball again? Cue it up. I mean, Bolger bangs in a bounce and it's a proper short delivery. Have a look at this. Well, I tell you what, I wouldn't fancy playing him about 30 years ago. Have a look at this ball, Vinny.
It's been cut. Yeah, I saw it. It's been cut a couple of times. And so he's saying, all right, cut this.
Watch this.
Have
Have a
the
look
old
at
chin music.
Oh, yeah, look at this.
I mean, you'd have to have a pretty low chin for that to endanger it. But, yeah, and I like a bit of aggression there. Throwing in the quicker one. That'll take us to the end of the over. So 105 for 4 after 20 overs, 10 to go. Nice to see the sun out as well. And we're a little bit worried that the rain might affect proceedings this morning. So far, so good. A lot of blue sky.
So far, so good.
Yeah, Australians... I mean, obviously football's a big sport there. It was the Italian and Greek immigrants post-World War II that really advanced the game. And sometimes when I look at cricket in Europe and, it's maybe British expats or it's people from the subcontinent that have emigrated that are developing the sport, and people, but they're all from there, I think I use Australian football or Australian soccer as an example of that. It's really important that someone clears the path for others to follow.
Yeah.
And football, association football in Australia has grown because of the foundation put down by a lot of those Italian and Greek immigrants post-World War II. And hopefully cricket has a bright future in Europe because of that diversity that's been brought into the country. But I've got to say, I do go to my local football game in Prague, and I do spend a lot of the time telling people to get up. And then the problem with that is when they're actually hurt, you've got no idea. You'd be yelling at a guy who's broken both arms, and you'd be like, "Go, get up!"
Yeah, yelling rubbish at him. Get up, get up.
And I do say things like, "What a sport," to people around me. They don't always like that, but I mean, I love all sports really. But get up. Not a good culture to be. There's structurally football has a problem with, especially in the penalty box. It's been a little bit better, I suppose, since the VAR's come in, and there's a little bit less humanism in the refereeing. There's been a little bit less of it, but it is a frustration for some Australians. Speaking of Australians, we'll see them this afternoon. Oh, that one's going to get through the fielder. Might have got a fingernail on it, but he don't think he's going to stop it going to the boundary. Doesn't. Cracking shot. Cuatro carreras. Beautiful cricket stroke.
Yeah, really nice shot. Some of the messages coming through there. And Nick Brown first saying that there's a whole generation of Italian kids who've never seen their country in a World Cup. He then went on to say, in 2010 World Cup, New Zealand were leading Italy, and there was that dive for a penalty. So, yeah, he's not sympathetic to the Italian cause at all, like you were saying.
Brothers in arms, Brown Bear. I'm feeling you there. Since then, I should say Australia have moved to the Asia Conference, which makes it a little bit easier to qualify. You're playing more quality opponents, and there's kind of more spots up for grabs. We used to be in Oceania, which was like Australia, New Zealand, and a bunch of Pacific Islands, essentially. And there was only half a spot available at a World Cup. So Australia would generally walk that, beat the Solomon Islands 33-0 or something once. But then they're like, okay, so there's a spot between you, the winner of Oceania, and the 5th place South American team. So then you'd go to like Argentina or
Yeah, I
Venezuela,
remember that well.
and they're pretty good.
I remember that well.
But I mean, it's good for Australia. Now New Zealand, I suppose, they've been good enough to qualify from that spot before, though, in Oceania. Ooh, hello.
Oh, it's an acrobatic attempt to try and stop that one from Johnston, who's now doing the bowling.
Well done to see some of these players still throwing themselves around. I mean, we're a week into the tournament now. Nice soft landing at the moment on the Marsa cricket ground. But, yeah, it's a funny thing. The World Cup for football is very successful in that the qualifying is a big part of the story, isn't it?
No run, end of the over, nicely bowled, a good start from James Johnston.
I've said this for a while that, I mean, I'd love to see the Cricket World Cup expanding and T20 formats, how they're doing it. And it has happened already with the 20 teams. I've actually said, I remember 5 years ago when I started working in European cricket, I said, I'd love to see a 32-team Cricket World Cup. And one of the issues in cricket is there, because of the nature of it, even in T20, there's still quite a big gap between the full members and the associates. I don't like using words like minnows. I feel like it's a little bit pejorative. I think in football you don't talk about minnows. You know, you talk about every team building every country building a team that they're trying to compete on the world stage. Of course, there's a spectrum of quality across. I mean, in football there's 190 FIFA members or something. In cricket we're up to 100. You know, we're up to 100 countries, and I only think that's the best thing the ICC have done in the last generation is to open the game up and award international status to all nations that meet the criteria.
Yeah.
So in fact, we have 100 teams officially playing cricket now instead of 10, and that's really important.
Bolger continues. So we saw how good it was when Southwell and Podbury came on. They really did slow down the Warwickshire side, and let's see if this change of bowling works well for Norfolk and Suffolk as Bolger and James Johnston come on. Well, that's played in the air, but it's going to slow down. I don't think it's going to get past the fielder. We were talking football. As the fielder shows off some of his footballing skills. Oh, well, that's a good pick-up and forward Bolger, but both batters were comfortably in.
But we know this. We've seen more foot fielding than anyone on the planet, and it's very hard to field it cleanly with your foot. No, I've never seen anyone throw it back with their foot. So once you see them going for the foot fielding, there's generally an extra run there because they're going to go through the extra step of having to pick the ball up. So that was quite canny running there. Oh, I was going to say Bolger wasn't too happy with the foot fielding, but the next ball he attempts it, risking a broken ankle to save 0 runs.
Yeah, this is a nice little start here. I like this from Stephen Bolger. He's certainly putting a bit into his bowling. He hasn't got a long run up or anything as such, but it's all upper body, and he's whipping that ball in, and he's not afraid to bang the odd one in short. This one is a little bit short, but the batter electing to play it straight and they take a single.
Can we talk about Corey's suggested rule change? Because he doesn't like foot fielding. My argument is always it's not the best way to do it, so you don't need to make a rule around it. It's its own punishment.
Yeah.
But Corey has quite an innovative response. He says, if you foot field, that's fine, but you lose a shoe.
Sees it late. Sees it late.
Technically, it was a throw, but more of a roll.
Yeah.
Lose a shoe. foot field again, lose either another shoe or a sock. And I think that would be quite a big disadvantage at the moment. You would have wet socks pretty quickly on this Marsa ground.
But what would you do in that case with that poor fellow took that great catch?
Oh, yeah, we showed him
When he
last
flicked the ball
Oh,
before
yeah.
he hit the ground. So he takes the catch, but he's still got to
night.
take a shoe
Shoe
off.
off. And next time he has to take a catch off his bare foot. Next time he wants to try it.
Maybe if they do take a catch or field with their hands, they can then get the shoe back. I don't know. There's got to be another way to do
with
it.
your hands, then you know
You
the
can get the
shoes
shoe
are
back.
I
Okay.
also we've had plenty. I don't want to get on too much of a sidetrack here, but I love to borrow ideas for other sports. I would love to see if you drop a catch that you go in like a penalty box, like ice hockey, for maybe 5 minutes or an over or two, just to highlight the fact that you let the team down. So. And then, but we worried about if we had to build these penalty boxes, they might get pretty full in European cricket. But yeah, you have to field one short. But also, conversely for the batters, this isn't really a rule thing, but a comfort thing.
Ooh, we might have got a bit of a inside edge on this. Let's see what the umpire feels. See if there's a signal here or not. And there is, so nothing. It's going to be biased.
Nothing, just.
We've talked a lot about those rules.
I like
haven't
the
we?
idea of a panic room for batters when they get out. Like a padded room with punching bags.
Yeah.
Where they're not going to hurt themselves. And it's like compulsory. They have to spend 10 minutes in the panic room before seeing another human being.
But we have to have a spy cam in there.
You could, yeah. Oh, yeah. It's great TV. I mean, I don't. Maybe you could have one of those clowns, but it's dressed as an umpire, and you can knock it down and it bounces back up. And some respect to the umpires, by the way, but I just think you got to get that emotion out. Emotion's healthy.
You didn't get that one in yesterday.
No, I was
that
just
helmet throw.
It's got to go on the list.
Yeah, put that on the list. Add it to because that was sensational.
Yep.
It really was. What was so sensational about it? So this guy, he went up the cardamom steps, got to his dugout. You knew it was coming, and he absolutely threw the lid like anything. Everybody else in the dugout, nobody said a thing. Nobody looked. It was almost like it didn't happen.
Yeah, well, they weren't going to confront him. Oh, another attempted ankle breaker. And just a single, again, would have saved 0 runs if he had stopped that. Oh, another. Jeez, there's a lot of football happening. I even heard that one from here.
Look,
from
we're coming to the end of the festival. Some of these guys are a little tired.
It's podiatrist's delight, isn't it? They're all hovering outside the ground. The amount of foot fielding we've seen attempted this morning. That helmet throw from Sinan Khan, just to name names, of Greece.
Here we go again. And
Well, you can't see the tent as you're walking down the race. You have to turn left, and there's your tent, so you can't see anyone. But he was filthy. Number one, I think he missed the ball by approximately 3 meters, but was given caught behinds, and it was in a real. We're going to get it like it's a long form game, but let's get on a rant.
Yeah,
I love a good rant. Used to be that any run scored off no balls, if they weren't hit, went down as no balls. Like we have 5 wides. You have, it's like, that's on you, bowler. Oh, good leg stumping attempted, but it will be a wide. Good stop, actually, that one. It was not an easy one for Taylor. Went full and down the leg side. Umpire showing little interest in fixing up the stumps, but luckily Taylor had him covered. And it used to be the same for no ball. So if you bowled like a big no ball, I don't know, over everyone's head, including the keeper, and went to the boundary, it'd be 5 no balls. Obviously just the 1 extra ball. But 5 runs credited as no balls. Now, they had a meeting, I think it was around 2000, and this must have been a meeting. I have a theory, end of the over, by the way, and the score 125 for 5 after 24. I had a theory that there was like a half-price wicket-keeping glove sale somewhere near the MCC when they had this meeting, because they obviously didn't invite any wicket keepers.
Yeah.
And this is literally the reasoning I've heard. So the new rule, or not that new anymore, is that any buys or leg buys off no balls are credited as buys or leg buys. So they don't go against the bowler. And okay. But the rule, the only justification I've ever heard was like, we think it's a bit harsh on the bowlers.
Yeah.
That's the only...
It's nuts. It's absolute nuts.
Where were the keepers? So now we're talking about... We see balls all the time that like hit the edge of the pitch and go at 45 degrees. And then I've also heard, but buys aren't technically credited against anyone. Bull,
nonsense.
What? I'm wanting a clean sheet. And if my clean sheet's ruined by some guy bowling it over my head...
Yeah.
Like, come on.
The many tours I've been to, the wicket keepers have always paid fines for a number of buys. So
we see it all the time.
Unjust.
We see a guy bowl a ball off the pitch, keeper can't get there, and then his figures are like none for one. And I'm like, hold on a second. Or when we're calculating overscores, obviously the T10 is pretty mad. We have some really thin pitches as well with rubber on the side to hold them to the ground. These temporary pitches, like in Madrid or Barcelona or Switzerland, and these balls it's like a slips cradle, and so we have so many no balls for hitting the edge of the pitch there. But yeah, that's.
Oh, you've taken me back now. You mentioned the slip cradle.
I love the
I
slip
used
cradle.
to love. Never seen one in probably
They're noisy though.
20. Yeah, but the only thing with the slip cradle was you always got the one player who always missed it.
Oh yeah.
Or ended up hitting the part, either damaging and taking the chunk out of the ball, or missed it completely and hit you on the foot.
It was that terrible feeling of missing it short and having to go and get the ball because it's still your throw. Every cricketers would know exactly what I'm talking about.
Oh
there.
yeah, the
They still
slip
have slips
cradle.
I don't think I've seen one.
I
haven't
haven't
been around training grounds for a while.
I haven't seen one in
got one?
donkeys years. I haven't seen one.
Fiberglass. Yeah, there's got to be.
Slip cradle, Sam.
What's been
do
happening
they
with
still,
technology?
Sam's a bit younger. Sam might know. You still use. Sam, what's your club? Hang on, say that again. You said it.
South Wilts in Salisbury.
South Wilts in Salisbury. So they have one. Raoul's a bit of a coach. Raoul, do we still use slip cradles?
He of course he didn't know what one would be.
You are slip.
He's like,
Do what?
Is
Says
that
Raoul.
when you hold the cricket babies?
Oh well. Raoul is on. Raoul is still thinking about his room being broken into, and what could have been stolen, and him being illegal if they took his passport. We'll let Raoul.
Steal a slips cradle.
We'll let Raoul think about that a bit longer. But yeah,
They must be able to 3D print a slips cradle these
you know
days.
one thing I used to love about when I was younger is you're playing cricket. So you'd have a net and everything, but the last hour of every training session, so it used to be on Tuesday nights and Thursday nights, would always be fielding.
Yeah, definitely.
Slip cradle, fielding in the deep. I used to love it. And of course the light would start to go, but you just carry on until it was pitch
Bit of a
darkness.
theory. Western Australia is known for producing great fielders. We're the only state, or not the only state, but we are a state that doesn't have daylight saving time. So our trainings would generally start, because some people were working, they'd start at around 5 o'clock. A lot of people couldn't get there right at 5. But the light would really start to go at 6:30. And if you're batting after 7, good luck. And again, we're talking about the session that has, first-class bowlers sometimes. This is very good running here. They're going to get 3. Gee, belied his age there with the pace he was getting through. And nice to see. And so that'll be now 4 wides. 3 plus the one for the actual
What
wide.
about the Super Bowl? The Super Bowl.
Just to finish
now,
what I was saying, just
go
quickly.
on, all right.
So, people weren't really keen to bat after 7. But what I was going to say, then the lights would come on, then we'd do fielding. So we would do more fielding as a proportion of our set, because you couldn't bat or bowl after a certain time.
Yeah.
Whereas Sydney and Melbourne, they have an extra hour of light. So that's why I've got a theory. We produced a lot of really good fielders.
Yeah, I agree with you.
But
I
also,
agree
it's the
with you.
Australian way, is that we give equal weight to fielding. We don't see it as an inconvenience. We see it as something that we need to actively contribute with. And I think England's gone that way in the last generation as well. Produced some very good fielders as well. But yeah, go on.
Yeah, the Super Bowl. Now, this is something that me and Corey talked about probably a couple of years ago, so we have like the power play and things, but you have a Super Bowl which the batting side can call for at any point in the match. Is one ball. It only takes one ball to go to wicket as well, and that's exactly what's happened there. Well, you were looking forward to seeing and commentating a war. Well, the war, a little period out there in the middle, is over. He'll go for 2. And again, it's very good bowling. I've been very impressed the way that Norfolk and Suffolk have got back into this match. And for me at the moment, I think they're ahead.
Yeah, you could say that. I mean, they still have to prove themselves with the bat, but well, a few people were hoping for a short war. I don't think that Duncan Waugh was one of them. He'll have to go for 2. And the score now 134 for 6. Less than 5 overs to go. New batter coming out there is Kevin Bissett. The Super Bowl is an interesting one.
Yeah.
We actually play this rule in social indoor cricket
Do you?
in Australia. Again, The Super
Yeah.
Bowl, I think, is one of those ideas that sounds like a great idea.
Oh, it
but-
is a great idea.
but
Come on.
If you haven't seen one.
So,
The
so
thing-
basically, is what I was saying. So you call
Yeah.
it, and that
Yeah.
ball, when it's bowled,
Yeah.
whenever you hit, whatever score you score from it is double.
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
if you're out, both batters are out.
Yeah, I hear what you're saying. I'm aware. And so one of the issues with this is it doesn't really change the gameplay. It doesn't tilt it to the batter or the bowler. It just makes the consequences harder, but the actual average result is still the same. So the thing is, put it this way. So am I more likely to go for a 6, knowing it's worth 12? But I also know that it's there's a downside that's double as well. So I'm just talking scientifically. I love trying things. I'm just trying to tell you that perhaps what people wouldn't think about if you were to do it. And the other thing is, you get into kind of a statistical nightmare when you've got things like 12s. So just speak to we track, for example, how many sixes have been hit and whatever, and now you're having to score something that at the moment doesn't exist, and it could break the computers. Although with AI, that's all right. I like these ideas. Like if you take a one-handed catch, maybe both batters are out, not just one. So imagine that. You'd be so filthy, your partner's hit one up in the air, and then you have to decide if you want to go for it or not.
Yeah.
But yeah, the Super Bowl, it gives you a few more last ball finishes, because as long as you're within 12,
Yeah.
or even 14, probably no 12 if you're doubling, then you could still hit a 6 and win the game. But then what it leads to, again, because we have this rule, like as I've played many games with it, is that the second last ball becomes, you'll see people like blocking because they certain batter wants to face the last ball, and I suppose it's a bit different. In indoor cricket, you lose 5 for a wicket, but you lose 10 on the Super Bowl. So
Okay.
if you are, it affects the strategy. So for example, if you are 6 ahead with 2 balls to go, then you're trying to hit a 5, even you don't care if you get out, because either way you can just block out the last ball for a win.
Yeah,
But
I got
But
you.
I mean, there's plenty of rules that we've discussed. I mean, one thing about cricket that's quite interesting is that a lot of things have been tried, but you actually look at the formats that are developed, and there's not a lot different except for the duration. Because changing the duration of a cricket match is enough to change the dynamics significantly. So you don't really need all these buzz things. Like, I mean, Cricket Max was a great concept in New Zealand, where they had double for hitting straight, and it's Martin Crowe's love child. And a lot of those things have been adapted into what became T20 cricket. But you don't really need to change anything else, because the 50 over cricket, or 60 over originally, but 50 over cricket, let's say, became mainstream. 5 bowlers being used, 20% of the overs max each. Power play came in. That they tried for this extra format for ages, and the whole kind of whiz bang things. But it was the 20 overs, which is just essentially a 50 over game that's shortened. It became the next format, and we've seen now that extend with the 10 over format that we do, which is essentially the same idea. So that's the thing with cricket. Unlike other sports, changing the duration of the game changes the strategy enough for it to seem like a completely different game. Wouldn't work. Like we're talking about football. You could have a 10-minute football game. It's still just going to look like the last 10 minutes of a football game, Good keeping again, but the foot stays home.
Yeah, he was really reaching for this. Let's just have a look at this marvellous effort here from Norfolk and Suffolk at the moment against a team, Warwickshire, who've been, remember, putting big runs on the board. The scores are 202, 199, and 260. Well, they've got them at the moment here, 137.
Warwickshire going to have to work really hard to defend this total.
They are.
Probably not a bad thing for them as well.
Let's
Be
have
under a bit of pressure.
If we look at when these, the first 50 came up in 7 overs, and that was before they had lost a wicket. The next 50, it took them 13 overs to get the next 50. It's just been really good bowling. I mean, Bolger's taken 2 in his 4 overs. There's been 2 wickets there from Martin Southwell, 2 for 22, 1 wicket off the 6 overs from Podbury, 1 for 23. Really good demonstration of good bowling. That one could be caught, but just doesn't get there. And the batters will also take a single, will they? Yes.
Good effort, actually, by Johnson to turn on a sixpence and try and get that one with the fly. It was never going to be easy. Will be the end of the over. Or, no, it won't be the end of the over, pardon me. Everyone just kind of wandering through. But I do find it interesting. I mean, we got to tinker a bit with ECS cricket. What we found is things that obviously make a difference is the boundary length, for your risk reward. we would, or in ECS cricket, we don't really want to encourage players to be dabbing the ball for two. We want to see action. We want to encourage them to hit boundaries, and you can miss hit sixes sometimes in ECS cricket, but obviously you're not miss hitting too many sixes out here. But again, different games, different tastes. This is going to fall safely as well, and should just be a single. Again, good line there. Trying to fetch that one from outside the off stump.
This could be interesting with Kevin Bissett, who's come out there number 8. A bit lower than I would like to see him, actually. But he's a good hard hitter with the ball. And there's not much time left, but if he gets a good bit of the strike, he could accelerate pretty quickly.
I think it's just a case of Warwickshire also wanting to give a few more opportunities to players that might not have had a chance up the order. So, yeah, Bissett is a pretty handy insurance policy. Nicely struck down the ground. This time they'll only get one. Yeah, did you mention this? I'm not sure if you did. But MW the plumber saying, the difference between football and rugby. Football is 90 minutes of 22 players pretending they're injured. Rugby is 80 minutes of 30 players pretending they are not injured.
Yeah.
It is true. What do they say? That rugby's a thugs game played by gentlemen and football vice versa?
That's nice. He played. And, of course, the thing about rugby is that, they're at each other, aren't they? They're at each other's throats. But as soon as it's over, they're the best of buddies in the bar and having a good bit of banter together. And that's always been the case with rugby. A game I've never really understood.
Yeah, you can't throw it forward.
I know there's
that's pretty much the game.
Different forms of it. But, I was saying the other day when I was explaining cricket to a few people, of course, had Maria here from the footballing
she seems
side
to be very interested
Malta.
in picking up the fight,
or
the basics of the game.
Well, she was indeed. I told her never got. When I spoke to her late yesterday, she was saying, right, when do the girls train? I'm up for it. So I think the Maltese women have got another good player, and she's got great eye, and of course, has played international football for Malta.
That's it. Sports people are sports people sometimes.
That's it. Well, it's got a plug though, isn't it? And got to go too. Got to take it on.
Trouble. Wouldn't have made it, I don't think, even though he is pretty quick between the wickets. We've seen that already, Lowry. But it's a good turn and throw. Maybe it's one of those cases. Know your throwers. I mean, if you can know which are the stronger throwing arms, you can probably avoid taking runs on those and make them up on some other fielders. But anyway, sun's out. Time to have some fun. But yeah, I think one mistake that cricket people make when trying to open the game up to non-cricket people is they get too technical. I think just explain, hit the ball. Everyone understands, like rounders, most people played that at school. You treat it a bit like that. Hit the ball. If you think you can make it, you run. That's it. Let's not get too technical about get your foot here, put your this and that.
Yeah.
And even with things like bowling, okay, bowling's a bit tricky for people if they haven't done it before. Let them throw a few to feel like they're in the game first, and then over time, if they stick with the game, try and develop the action. But yeah, the main thing is you want people to be interested and self-interested in it. This is a challenging stop, and they're a very good stop as well.
Oh, look at that
Van
dive.
Zanten. Well,
Harold.
That's where you need the automatic lift device to just help him to his feet there, because that was, if he had an Apple Watch, it would have just gone off for a fall. But good news is, Harold gets up. He's a character as well.
Harold is a lovely guy. Just don't mention Alan Donald to him. That winds him up. And talking about winding up, this is being wound up as well. Well, Bissett, I did say you can give it a good crunch. I think take it nothing away from Lowry here, but they want to be concentrating in getting him on strike most of the time. A nice 2 taken there. And the 150 also comes up. 151 now, coming up to the end of the 28th over. So once again, it's going to be slightly... it's one of those, actually. I was about to say slightly blow par, but I will say in these conditions with a pretty wet outfield and the ball moving slowly across it, I think that 160 score is kind of a 180. I'll settle for that.
Yeah, and we saw a bit of a low-scoring thriller yesterday, didn't we, where, okay, it was a reduced game, but we saw that kind of 5 and over being quite competitive in the last Essex game. But anyway, 2 overs to go. Hey, it's the happy hour now. We've got pretty much go for everything. And I think Warwickshire are showing a lot of depth in their batting as well. So they've got, batters that are feeling pretty confident, hitting the ball hard. I think now's the time you can afford to really go for broke with the running between the wickets as well. We've still got 4 wickets in hand. But let's see how high they can push.
Yeah, let's see how they go. There's going to be a real barbecue. Oh, he's missed it.
Saw that coming.
How has he missed it?
Saw that coming a mile away. It was a shocker of a throw. And, probably this is one thing with some of the keepers this week. There's two types of dismissal. The type that you need to rush, the type you don't. That was one that he was already kind of going back to the stumps. He was out by about 12 metres. So all he had to do was gather it. Unfortunately, didn't. That just shows you never know your luck. But, yeah, the batters were in different books. They're not even on the same page, not even the same library.
As well struck. Should just be a single. Would you want to get Bissett on strike? Will Bissett want to come back for two?
I think it's there. If you decide straight away, I know this isn't the time to play scared.
I think Bissett's, though, probably the better guy to have on strike. I feel left-hander. I mean, if he's hitting the ball pretty well, you might get a few boundaries for them here.
That's also true. But, in low-scoring games, that extra run is worth a bit more.
And that's what I'm talking about. Oh, a couple of bounces, goes to the boundary. Cuatro carreras. A little bit of the MJ style as it goes all the way to the boundary for four.
Classic left-hand, right-hand inconvenience, wasn't it? Because it would have been fine to a right-hander probably, but it was short outside the legs, and Bissett unwraps that gift mercilessly. And the ball gets cracked into the Maltese limestone. 4 runs, and the decision to settle for one pays off immediately.
Yeah, it does. It's a difficult one to try and adjust very quickly to. Johnston, JJ. James Johnson has bowled very well, but he's got to try and keep that ball. In fact, have a look at Bissett, how quickly he's moving across outside the off. You know what he's trying to do. He wants to hit it in that area.
They got the leg slip in. He's about 10 metres from the bat. I'm not so sure about that. That would be a long chase if he have to go after it.
Oh, he's going to get a bit of bat here. Got to go a little bit of the up and down as the rain starts to fall again. He's got to get back on strike. They are hustling here to try and put as many on as they can, and he will get two.
The other thing with these two, I think the technical term is gassed. They're blowing a bit after being out there, running a few quite hard. You're right, the rain is coming down. There's still some blue sky around, so you hope it's going to pass. Can we get through the last 8 deliveries at least and make this a complete innings?
Nicely struck. Again, got to come back to do this. That foot for a nice little lay on, actually.
He's gone. He's on a personal beat test. But that's also a sign. I mean, the bowler coming to meet the ball 10, 15 metres from the stumps. Either you probably need to get another fielder there or to give yourself a chance of a run out. Otherwise, there's 2 there every time.
Bissett, as the rain starts to get a bit heavier, looking to really pounce on this. The bowler doesn't want to drop it short. Pitches it up pretty well. It's too wide, though, this occasion. Wide ball called.
Well, that's not great for an extra 30 seconds being used up. And what is, not quite a full monkey's wedding because the sun is behind a cloud, but we are seeing some blue sky.
It was a beautiful rainbow on the way into the ground this morning, right over the Mediterranean Sea here in Malta. Short, got to go off for it, and he does. Can't be bowling there. That's 4 more. 4 carreras más. Este hombre tiene mucho fuerte. Este golpe es muy dulce. Más dulce de tarta de chocolate. 4 más. 165 for 6. And, they're just looking, as I said, that one, if they can get to that 170 something,
to be honest,
it's probably a 190 type of score.
If you're the fielding team, I don't think you want to bowl this last over because the way these two are going, you hedge your bets that the Warwickshire batters are going to win it. They've got all the momentum right now. They're looking on for kind of 10 plus. If you gave it to the computer and the DLS, it probably wouldn't give them credit for that many. So
that's true. Yeah,
but
very
I think
true.
They're going to put their big boy trousers on and they're going to endure 6 more deliveries here in the rain. Here we go, the 30th over.
There, he's got a swing and swings pretty well. We'll definitely get the 1. I don't think they're going to want the 2. Lowry is up for it, but I think here Bissett is kind of saying, leave it to me. I'm disappointed for one thing. You're not going to get to see Bissett behind the stumps. He's not listed to be behind there again. Yeah. It's going to be David. He was spectacular. Now he has been behind the stumps for the England over 60s as well, and he is good. He's the guy who got that player of the match performance for 2 stumpings and 3 catches in the innings, and you can see that he's pretty decent with the bat as well. I think you got to take it on. Well, they're going to cross. That's what you're looking for. They have crossed, and it's been messed up as well. It's another blooper. Oh, yaar, ki karte tak na main ki kara ball dekhi hai ta saban mangua fun nahi hundi.
Well, anyone who's dropped the soap in the shower would know that it can be a little bit challenging to pick it up. You can get a bit nervous, and that was one of those situations right there. Slippery ball. Couldn't pick it up. Again, Bissett, he's pretty hungry for most of the strike here.
And he's got a bit on this. A bit of what, though? Umpires, there's a pre-signal here. Might have been. Is it a leg bye? Is it a wide? It's byes.
Well, that's a wide. That looked miles down the leg side. But anyway, umpire's wet as well. Wants to get out of here. It looked that way anyway. We couldn't really see if he got across, but yeah.
169 to the amazement of the Warwickshire bench. They couldn't believe that there's a buy signal there. All right, Lowry.
Watching that one, he did take a big jump across, but I still think it was so wide down the legs of it. He kind of gave up his right to wide in the umpire's opinion. So fair enough, they're using the profile wide.
Good dot ball in there from the bowler.
Bit surprised he took the run though, to be honest.
That's hit well, and it's going to be a spicy stop, and it is spicy. A little bit of the old foot fielding. Does well, and gives it a rub, but saves the boundary.
Yeah.
170 up now, 171.
Geez, what a good little fight back, if you want to call it that, or a burst it's been from Warwickshire in the last few overs. Up in the 170s. You could argue in these conditions that is par, or maybe even slightly above it.
I think it's above. I really do think.
Last ball.
Up in the air, going to land and plug in the ground,
Might
is
run
it?
5.
Keep running. Got to have one more. The batters are just exhausted. They got nothing left to give.
Well, I know that they are planning to have more defibrillators at the ground. Maybe didn't want to take the risk there, but he looks absolutely gassed, Lowry. Did well, though, didn't he? Ends up batting for pretty much through the last 10 overs of the innings, even more, I think. He'll finish in a not out position, 32 not out. Bissett with 24 not out of just 15 balls. That kick in the tail really stung, didn't it? As Warwickshire finished with 173 for 6 off their 30 overs.
Yeah, good finish in the last 3, really. 21 runs coming off the last 3 overs. And just gave them that little bit of an acceleration. Remember, I was talking about the first 50 came up in 7. Then we had to wait some 13 overs for the second 50. The next one after the 100 came up in 3, 6, in 8 overs, which was better. But like I say, good flurry there. And Blissett, well, there was a flurry from him. Scored well, 24 of 15, 2 boundaries to him. And Russell Lowry finishes with 30 of 38. And he too hits 2-4. So well done to Warwickshire. Not quite at the 200 pace this time, but as I said, I do believe that 170 score is pretty close on a normal sunny day to be around that 190. A quick look at that wagon wheel, and you can see where most of those runs have been hit to most parts of the ground. They haven't been just concentrating on playing one-sided shots to boundaries to either side of the ground. Very, very healthy looking wagon wheel. They did slow up though because of some really fine bowling. If we look at the bowling figures there, the 6 overs from Kevin Pudbury matched with the 6 of Southwold. When those two came on, it was amazing. And between them, they only gave away those 45 runs in the 12 overs. And Bolger started pretty well as well. His first 4 overs were good. Finished with 2 for 37 of his 6. You can't complain about that. And JJ, though he didn't take a wicket, he also kept it pretty tight. So good little spell in the field there from Norfolk and Suffolk. And I think as well as a lot of other people that were tuning in, were very impressed with the way they threw themselves around to make some very important stops. That also keeps his score down to below that 200 mark. Mark Eames gave Warwickshire a good start with 36. He was supported well there by Chris Evans. But that wicket of Chris Evans literally trying to take on Worley and Worley was up to the task. Great bit of fielding from him. And when that run out happened, that was where the slowdown took part. So Worley making a big impact in the match. He'll be hoping that he can do with the bat as well. We're going to take a short break. It will be around about 10 minutes' time. The rain has stopped again, which is good news. So join me, Rico Full, and of course, Mr. Maximo Vinisandu, when we return in 10 to talk you through the reply from Norfolk and Suffolk as the Pronto Mi family. He will keep.
Whatever. Cool.
Good morning, gentlemen.
Good morning. How are you today?
Did you see my
Okay.
title?
Yeah.
Your what? Did you see my title for the Facebook?
I do like your colour schemes.
I haven't looked at any. You know me, I don't look at my phone when I'm. What have you done?
I said, let's see, because I'm sticking to the theme.
Bringing the sunshine. Everyone thought it was going to rain today.
I posted a video.
I'll come back. Let me.
Yeah. You do your thing and then I'll. Oh yeah.
Morning, Sam.
Oh, good, buddy. You okay?
Yep.
Yeah. Did you have a nice evening last night?
Yes, we took 2 nights ago we went to a curry house.
Nice.
Last night we just went over to Peppers. Hello. My mentor. I mean, the trouble is I'm so old. There's no point in my trying to improve myself really, because I shan't be
Just
doing
leave it to us young fellas.
I won't be doing it one way or another. My eyesight's all right, hair is all right, but I'm not sure about the body.
The 2 things you need, that's all. That's all you need.
Yeah. They were funded or not. Where do you go to dump the water?
I've got the full video in the same folder. If you want to fill it up with a 4-minute video. Yeah.
Give them a nudge if they don't see enough score. Give them a nudge if they don't see enough score. Because this is going to be a
Let me go get some coffee. You can
I already have. Yeah, no, I'll start.
So get the numbers down here.
Okay. Yeah, a little bit more, but yeah.
Oh, actually, oh yeah, no.
I hear you. What?
They give me like an Americano or something a bit bigger.
Americano.
If they have. Or in the okay.
Put them all in the It's all on Facebook and YouTube, but I'm saying I'm going to put all the content I need in there, the longer video, which you have to fill the gaps with. Cheers, man. Coming back?
I'll know in the evening.
We hell of a backfire if somebody actually did.
People know your room number now.
That'd be the ultimate backfire.
Then when I tell the story to the police, even if I say no, Garrett is innocent, like Garrett is that's all place.
They're absolutely
Good morning. How are you? Wonderful.
Are you enjoying your trip so far?
Good.
I actually I was in the so I said to I've been coming down here for a couple of years. So I said to Frankie, I'll come down and just play with these throwing boys. And throwing boys are coming over. So
Where do you live in Italy?
and northern Tuscany.
Yeah, beautiful. Yeah, we've done a lot of this. This is a very easy set of on off. Yeah, no, because I've definitely heard your name. You've got a famous name. So, and I'm from Perth originally.
Infamous.
Yeah, yeah.
So
you're playing this afternoon?
yeah.
Awesome. Yeah, so we got a bit of time. So no, Rick and I, we normally do the European league, so I don't know.
Yeah,
the tea sound and all that.
yes.
So this is a bit of an adjustment for us because normally the games are 10 overs
And
we're hitting about 160.
and also there's probably a bit of heat.
Yeah.
As opposed to this.
Just play first stick in it.
No, I played district, local district cricket. Dane's Melbourne, so I caught up with Dane at Warwickshire Test. Yeah, so I like yeah, exactly. So I actually got them 5,000 balls, and I've got them. I've play a bat, David Warner signed bat. As well, so he's a nice lad. Yeah.
Hello. Are we still good to come back, yeah? Hello and welcome back. Great to have your company as we are halfway through this match. It's match number 15 between Warwickshire and Norfolk and Suffolk. If you missed it so far, Warwickshire, they kicked towards the end of the innings, scoring 173 for 6 off their 30 overs. So Norfolk and Suffolk coming out, chasing 174 for victory. Vinny down to here, Mr. Maximo. No, I'm not retiring just yet. Clearly, I am still here. And Rico has popped out of the box for a second. So I have found a co-commentator to take us through the first phase of the innings. It's Peter Vrecchia from the Australian Kangaroos. Peter, welcome to the commentary box.
Thank you very much. So you could have turned the heat up a little bit before we got here.
Hey, no, well, there's sun and there's blue sky, so we'll take it at the moment. Well, this is my 9th or 10th trip to Malta, and I know that the weather can change very quickly. Right now, it's time to go, and a very famous name in War to open the bowling. Duncan War for Warwickshire, who did well to get to 173. Norfolk and Suffolk had a mixed record so far, but they'll be hoping to pull off a famous victory here. Peter, welcome, and tell us a little bit about your involvement with the Australian Kangaroos.
It was a sort of late call to come into the side because I live in Italy. Derek, who runs the tours, Derek and Darren, they had a chat to me, and I said I'll happily pop over. It's only about an hour trip from where I am.
Nicely punched off the back foot, and that will be the first run of this second innings.
So a couple of the guys I already knew, so it was nice to catch up with some of the guys and meet some new guys over here. So it's been fun. So,
yeah, it seems like a really good bunch of guys. It's probably the only team I haven't seen play yet, actually, because I only arrived on Sunday. I did watch on the stream, of course, including that big chase, a big 200 chase where you cost yourself a couple of overs due to tardiness, but you made it up. That must have been a great feeling.
No, it was good. The guys were saying that they hadn't won a game. They played last year and didn't win a game at all. So just to win the first game, they were pretty stoked, and to chase down 200, the guys were very happy with that. So it was a good feeling.
Understandably so. Everyone loves a big chase. What do you think about the format this year? It's slightly changed. I know some of the guys would have experience before, but the 50 ball retirement versus just retiring at 50 runs, do you think it's a good change?
I'm not even sure. I haven't played anything like that before, but I think it works well. You know, I think most of the guys seem pretty comfortable with the format and how things are going. So, mate, the first game we played, and just let this bowling coming in here, Mr. War. Mate, I actually thought it was 40 overs. So, after the 28th over, my partner was saying, well, we've got to have a bit of a swing now. And I've gone, we've got 12 overs to go. No rush. She goes, no, we've got 2. So
not enough hours in the day, I
yes,
think, to get the 240 over games in.
Yeah.
But can you tell us about your background in cricket then? So obviously you say you're living in Italy now, but I take it from the way you're speaking that you learnt your cricket in Australia?
Yeah, mate, I grew up in Glasgow and had never seen cricket at all, to be honest.
Is that right?
And then went to Australia, mostly playing football.
Australian football or
no, soccer.
Soccer, yeah.
And then just got, because I was no good at cricket, just started practicing and got better and then just started enjoying playing. And I've been playing for it's probably 45 years.
You look
so.
very good. I mean, can we ask how old you actually are? You
I'm
look like,
63.
Yeah, you look like
So.
look like potentially maybe a dodgy birth certificate just going on your appearance, but you.
No, I'm actually Scottish, not Pakistani.
Oh, okay.
So
he said it. No, but look, it's great. So, at what age did you move to Australia from Glasgow?
Went to Australia when I was 12, and then went back again after about a year and a bit, and then come back out again, as many Brits do. They go across there and sort of leave and come back again. So, mate, I've been there for 50 years, so it's a lot of cricket, and
sure.
So it's been fun. It's been great fun.
And yeah, my mum actually was born in Glasgow herself. Actually moved to Australia as a 6-year-old, and so I can totally understand that. Yeah, but it's quite interesting. You said you didn't necessarily have a natural aptitude for cricket, but you worked on it. You were obviously keen to improve, and that must have been very satisfying for you.
Yeah, it was great. Like a lot of people thought I was a natural after 20 years of practice. So, but it's just like soccer is, which just you just keep practicing and practicing, and eventually you get better.
So tell me then, how did you end up in Tuscany? That sounds like a nice place to live.
I had my own business and I was looking to buy some property. Initially, it was going to be down in Puglia, which is down south, and I ended up just buying a what they call a rustico, which is an old farmhouse, and just knocked it down and rebuilt. And so did that about just before COVID. So the house was completed by the time COVID sort of kicked in. So I went back to Australia and spent 2 years there. Couldn't get back.
Yeah.
So which was it was difficult. So yeah, but it was just. And my surname's Varechia, so there's an ancestry there of Italian. So it's just the last 4 or 5 years I've just been heading over there in summer.
Sounds beautiful. How's the Italian coming along?
Very poorly. So yeah, I understand some, but don't speak it very well.
You learn with Italian. You learn the hand gestures. You're half the way there.
Yes.
As he pushes forward here, as he's second over, getting underway. That's Moore who's bowling the second over. Nigel Moore.
I played against Nigel. Actually, I played against the English touring side and over 60s touring side in Melbourne last year, and Nigel played. So
he's a wily customer. I've got to tell you this. Now, I'm not quite in the over 60s just yet, but when I was playing grade cricket and various forms of cricket when I was younger, there was a certain type of bowler that no one liked to face. And it was just the kind of more experienced gentleman that wasn't bowling with any kind of velocity, but it just seemed to be able to put it on the right spot. And Moore's kind of in that category, isn't he?
Fact, yes. So yes, I think he got me out in Melbourne, and I was making sure when we played against them the other day that he wasn't getting me again today. The other day there, so yeah, been a lovely lad as well. So he is.
Yeah, I'm interested to know how the team's feeling, because you've probably had the biggest gap of any team in this tournament, having a couple of full days off and playing the afternoon game here on Wednesday. The last we saw you was it Saturday? I think it was Saturday, wasn't it? So it might have been 3 days off.
We had 3 days off, which is probably good for our side, actually. Cause
can be dangerous, though, as well. And Malta?
We had a bit of celebration that gave them a couple of days to recover from the celebration, I think. So yes, but no, I think the guys are coming pretty fresh.
Warlops round the wicket here to the left-hander. And
I also think playing on synthetic sort of helps us a little bit as well, because we play a fair bit of it in Australia as well.
Yeah, so that's true.
With a lot of the English boys don't play so much on that stuff.
They seem to be able to roll a pitch out of anything in England, can't they? Despite the fact it rains all the time. I'm amazed with the amount of turf wickets they have. Yates, that was, by the way, that cuts that away. All-time leading run scorer of the festival, and he's coming off a 50 in his last game out. Of course, Kangaroos, you had a very good tussle with Warwickshire. We were just talking about that 200 chase, and Warwickshire, I suppose, were considered one of the favourites for the tournament, but you'd know exactly how good this team is that's out there at the moment.
Yeah, no, they're a good team. They actually in some respects they played some of the facets of the game better than we did, but we just ended up getting the win. So. And that happens sometimes. Yeah,
momentum game, isn't it? And you came home with a wet sail.
Yeah.
It was a good piece of keeping there. It is. Bissett behind the stumps, by the way, gets the bails off in a flash, but the foot never moved. End of the over, and a pretty slow start from Norfolk, who are 2 without loss after 2, but a very tight start from the bowlers, not giving too much away. Norfolk and Suffolk, by the way, they have experience with a similar kind of chase. In match number 3 on Wednesday morning, they chased 161 to win against Surrey, and they did that in the 29th over. And then Norfolk and Suffolk, in their other game, they batted first, scored 162, so again a very similar score. That wasn't enough, as the Canadians were able to chase that down in the 28th over. And then last time out, we saw them yesterday in an abbreviated affair. They were able to defeat the Essex Eagles in a Duckworth-Lewis affected game. We did have some issues with the weather yesterday. So far, we haven't lost any time, despite a brief shower at the end of the first innings. Playing most cricket in Australia, admittedly in Victoria, but you're not that used to playing in the rain compared to some of these English-based teams, are you?
I would imagine not. I don't think we quite get as much rain as the English boys get used to. So, although in Melbourne it does rain a fair bit, and it gets a bit cold.
4 seasons in one day. That's the way they describe.
Yes, that's actually true. Yes.
I was actually there once, and it was 44 degrees one day and 16 the next. And I was down at St Kilda Beach, just thinking life's great. And then in the distance, I saw what looked like a storm, but it was 44 degrees. And I saw what I imagined the end of the world would look like, because and slowly as this thing came closer, people started,
Armageddon.
and the wind started, and rubbish bins started blowing everywhere, and we had an epic storm. It was very memorable. But I mean, Melbourne's kind of known for that, isn't it? And Malta's a little bit the same, being an island. The weather can sweep across very quickly. It's unpredictable.
Yeah, Melbourne does get that in, like, it can be 40 degrees and then by 18 degrees, 2 or 3 hours later. So
Tell me this though, growing up in, or doing some of you growing up in Victoria, does that mean you have an AFL team?
Tigers, Richmond Tigers.
Best song in the AFL.
Best
Australian
song,
Football League is what
yes.
we're talking for the uninitiated.
So they've gone from chocolates to boiled lollies. So they've won about 3 flags in a row, and then they've sort of dropped off again. And
Nature of the game, isn't it? Though?
Absolutely.
It's very cyclical. I mean, I'm a West Coast Eagles supporter coming from Perth, and I don't think they've won a game in the last 5 years. They've won a couple recently.
They had a good win on the weekend against Port Adelaide.
Yeah, and so it's funny, as soon as I moved away, I think they stopped winning in the last 5 years.
They've got a lot of young kids actually in their side now, so they're looking good.
So one of the things about Australian football that I love to communicate to people is the fact that each team has a song, and immediately after the final siren goes, the winning team song's played, and seconds afterwards.
Correct.
And Richmond, I think there's no doubt, Richmond has the best song in the AFL.
Yes.
And this is absolutely true. I've been living in Prague now, and having a little bit more time away from the microphone this year, I've actually joined the Prague Dragons, who are the AFL, the only AFL team in Prague, and our song is the Richmond song, because we wear yellow and black. And I played one game, we were able to have a win. I was absolutely stoked to be able to sing the yellow and black.
Well, someone just called out there the Essendon song's better, but unfortunately for Essendon, they actually get to sing it because they never win games.
We've fired some shots here. No, Essendon's okay. I mean, they're all, especially the old ones, the Victorian based ones. So the team was basically the competition was a Victorian competition until the 80s, where they expanded into state. There were some relocations, there were some new teams created. But the songs, I mean, there's so many good ones. I mean, Essendon's all right. The North Melbourne one.
St Kilda goes all right.
St Kilda's, When the Saints, that's a pretty common one. So it's hard to, the new ones, the new teams, they're trying to basically, in the modern day, create an old song.
I know,
old sounding song.
It just doesn't quite work, does it?
The Fremantle one was a shocker.
Yes.
I think eventually they had to
reverse,
liven it up a bit. But yeah, I mean, Australian football's very interesting. You can check it out on YouTube as well. There's plenty of videos. I love to try and explain to people that we were talking about it earlier actually in the day, because we were talking about the fact that Italy haven't qualified for the Football World Cup.
I watched the game last night.
Yeah, and I mentioned, and you might have been in Australia, or maybe you weren't, in 2006 when the whole of Australia got behind the national team in the World Cup, and finally we qualified, and it was basically a bit of play acting from Italy that got us knocked out.
It was a penalty, yeah.
And then that basically, I felt the collective groan of the whole nation at that moment saying, that's why we hate this sport.
Yes.
Because people, the Australian football culture is a lot more, if you get hit, you get up.
You get on with it.
The game will go on around you if you're injured. It's not like that. But
yeah, they don't stop the game.
But obviously, you said you're a fan of your football, your association football, your soccer, and is that something that you still play these days?
No, I haven't played for a long time.
You played that at a good level as well in Victoria?
I played State League, which was the highest level in Victoria at the time, before they went to the National League. So yes, I played with guys that Ange Postecoglou. Of
course, he's done some amazing things in the game, hasn't he?
He's been a fantastic coach.
Great press conferences, Ange.
Mate, he's a ripper bloke as well.
Yeah, and it must be so tough under that atmosphere. And eventually you're going to fall out with people. But he just kind of tells it like it is.
He takes no prisoners.
Also, press conferences, not just talking football, but pretty much every sport, some of the questions are so dumb. Like, see the one recently, the Japanese coach before the Women's Asia Cup final, and do you think your favourite for the game? And he said, it's like, he had some obviously pre-packaged answer, but the actual quote was, it's like a bee trying to explain to a fly why honey is better than poo.
I know.
What an answer!
So,
but
some of the questions are ridiculous.
Do you? AFL's a good one. Do you think they came to play? What did
The
you
AFL
think?
coaches are pretty straightforward as well. They're pretty brutal with some of the journos. So
But I get it. The journalists have to ask questions, but some of them.
you could ask decent questions. Though.
No, I don't think there's any, even in this contest, even any sportsman or sportswoman, you say your favourite. They don't care. They're just going out there to play the best they can play and let the chips fall as they may.
Right, and they're going to think they're going to win anyway. So they're not going out there expecting to lose.
Yeah. So, I love a good old man rant. I'm getting there. And Rico loves a good old man rant. It seems like the place for it in the over 60s competition. I mean, I've got to say, I'm really impressed with the physical ability of these over 60s. You'd be hard pressed to know it was an over 60s comp. There's been less injuries than I thought. How are the boys feeling though after a couple of games?
I think the red wine helps. So
There's a natural,
yes,
natural healing effect.
yes, a healing effect of the red wine. I think so. So yes, and our captain is encouraging it, so that it does help as well.
Well, that's good to know. In the right moderation, I'm sure. So, living in Italy as you do, how often do you get down to Malta? How many times have you been?
I think I've been down 4 times in the last 3 or 4 years. So I was down twice last year. I'll be back down again later on this year, I think. So a good friend of mine from Sicily has never been to Malta. He wants to come across, so we'll catch up with him. He's a Melbourne boy as well, so we'll catch up with him down here. But it's a lovely place to come and visit.
Got a question coming in from the chat. Dave is actually watching from France. And I'll try and pronounce this, but he says, do you Glaswegians, well, I'm not really a Glaswegian, I have been once, but know a place called Malingavi? That ring a bell?
Mullingavi?
Yeah. It sounds like you know where it is.
I don't know exactly where it is, but I've heard the name. Yes.
Obviously, Dave might have a connection to that city.
Well, I actually lived.
We should ask Kenneth. Milgai. Oh, that's a good shot here. Well, they needed something to break the shackles because this run rate is under 2 at the moment. That will help. And Yates just tied down through the first part of his innings. Remember, he only gets 50 balls max. He did bat the 50 the other day, but he's able to clip the first boundary of the innings away to the leg side boundary. Yeah, Milgai. Is that how you say it? Is that good? I mean, Scottish does sound a bit angry sometimes, but of course, I love the Scottish accent, and obviously you've got the family connection with it as well, Peter. But it reminds me of my grandparents. And my grandparents, they kept the accent despite living in Australia 50, 60 years even.
Your granny.
My granny. My gran. She'd say, I'm no a granny, I'm your gran.
Aye.
You know, she didn't, and she was, unfortunately she's passed away now, but she was always quite young looking. People used to mistake her for my mum. So, but it's funny. The accent thing's a funny thing because if they were to go back to Scotland, Scottish people would think that they sounded Australian, but to Australian people, they probably sounded Scottish. So
when I first went to Australia, the first 2 years, no one in Australia understood what I was saying. I went back to Glasgow. They went, "You've got an Australian accent." I was like, "Can't win."
Scotland's a great place for slang as well. There used to be this comic around the house called Urwally.
Urwally. Yeah.
Which it seemed like it was in another language, but also
and the Bruins.
Oh, the Bruins, and I love Iron Brew.
Yes.
Which is a drink which I'm still not sure exactly what's in it, but they swear by it in Scotland. We'd love to have a Scottish team here. We'd love to have a Scottish team here in the over 60s, and we'll pack the extra sunscreen, whatever we have to do.
I was going to say it's probably too warm.
But I've got quite a few friends that played Scottish League cricket that went over from Australia. And they all came back fantastic card players.
Yeah.
Because they were spending so much time off the
field.
field.
The fields, yes.
that they all got really good. But yeah, no, Scotland's a great place. I've covered the Scottish team a couple of times. We've never actually had a series in Scotland, but I'd love to. So many great people there. So many great characters in the game. And also, when we've had the Euros of cricket, Scotland have often brought a whole supporter crew that have just had a blast. These tournaments were in Spain, so you can imagine.
Yes.
One day, they always have a dress-up day. They all came dressed as Mario and Luigi. One couple came as gin and tonic. There were a few giant beer costumes. It was absolutely sensational. Do you get back to Scotland much these days, or not so much?
I got From Italy, I've got back a couple of times from Italy. So yes, and I'll be going back in June this year as well.
Bit
so.
easy to go Italy to
Yes,
Scotland
yeah,
than Melbourne to
yes,
Scotland, right?
Yes, only by about 20 odd hours. So yeah, so I'm going to head back there when the World Cup's on. I'll go back and watch some of the games from Glasgow.
And so if you're from Glasgow, does that mean you're Rangers or Celtic?
There's only two good teams in Glasgow. One's Rangers and one's Rangers reserves.
Well, I've got to say that's the side that I fall on as well. But, yeah, I do find, for example, the Rangers Celtic or the general Scottish rivalry across the lines that they draw, it is really tells you a lot about human nature. Is that? Oh, geez, Neil, I won't get a run here. That humans love to be tribal and pick another side, and even we got two types of people that are essentially look exactly the same and believe 95% of the same things. Oh, this is up and over the top. They do need to get these things moving. This is Worley. He'll get one, and he's thinking of two. The relay throw comes in and prevents it. But, you know, in various countries around the world, you'll generally have, this side, and they can't stand each other. And Glasgow is one of those places, isn't it? And to any outside observer, you're like, why don't you like each other? You're basically exactly the same. Of course, they wouldn't agree with that.
No, it's very strange. Like compared to Australia, where you go to the football, you can go and sit with your mate who's for the other team in the next seat. Whereas in Scotland, you have to be at the other end of the ground.
Yeah, that's true. But that is something that happens all around the world. I mean, Prague, there's two big teams where I live, Slavia and Sparta, and they cannot stand each other. It's the same kind of thing. Just feel that the bench urgency level has gone up around 25% in the last over or two because they feel that they're just falling behind in this chase. The run rate required up to 6.5 and over. We'll give you one more over, and then Enrico, I know, has got to come back.
Okay.
But tell who would you like to say hi to while we got you on the mic? You must have a lot of support from people in all sorts of places around the world that'll be following you today and obviously this afternoon.
There'll be a few boys in Australia from the Veterans Cricket Victoria will be listening in on this. A big hello to those boys. So it's probably a little late over there at this stage. Maybe not, 10 o'clock.
Yeah, so we tend to have quite a few Australian viewers that at least are with us for the first half of the day, but maybe you can inspire them to stick around and burn the midnight oil with your big clash against Sussex later in the day. So, yeah, after having that 3.5 day break, you've got the back-to-back matches to finish the tournament. It basically decides who's going to walk away with the trophy.
Yeah, the guys are pretty excited about playing today because if you don't win today, then it's a bit pointless tomorrow. So, well,
I mean, if you weren't to, you still could win with one win, put it that way. So, because there could be this situation where every team's got 1 and 1. So I would say even if you weren't to win today, the margin's really important because then it basically comes down to the net run rate, comes down to the margins. But I've got actually a question here from Andy, who had a question for you, Peter, saying, where in Tuscany is your place? Because he has a house in Marina di Massa. And he would have been here with the Kent team, but has bronchial flu, unfortunately. He's got lots of relatives in Australia based around Adelaide. So where are you exactly in Tuscany?
I'm in outside a little village called Aula. Aula's probably 22k due east of La Spezia, which is in Liguria, but it takes you back into Tuscany. So I'm about 6k out of the village of Aula. A-U-L-L-A.
Wow, Aula. Sounds beautiful. Tell me what you like about living in Italy, just quickly. What is it? What is that appeals to you there? Is it as great as everyone would imagine?
It's probably better, I think. So yeah, mate, it's just very, very tranquil as well. So like where I am, we've still got wild pigs and deer running through the property, and so yeah, mate, the wine's not too bad either, and the food's all right.
What's your go-to wine then? You sport it for choice in that region, aren't you? Are you a red man?
Definitely red.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, and there's so many good ones. So there's no one in particular. There's just all good ones.
Yeah, I mean, I agree. I mean, I'm lucky that I've been able to spend a lot of time in Italy and Spain and and Portugal as well. Such diverse
some
wine region.
In Portugal.
I was a bit late getting into wine, but I'm glad I did because it's such a wonderul landscape, and again, very, very spoiled to be working around Europe and having so many different experiences.
Australia as well has
Australia's great. I mean, Margaret River in Western Australia is just a couple of hours south of Perth.
And McLaren Vale in South Australia.
McLaren Vale. Obviously, the whole region, the Mornington Peninsula in Victoria is beautiful as well. Barossa Valley. I mean, we're very, very lucky. So we could probably talk about this for a while.
For a while, yes.
But I know that we got some teammates hovering here that probably want you to get back and to prepare mentally
And concentrate.
for your biggest clash so far. Essentially, if you win 2 games, you win everything. What a rags to riches story that would be. The little plucky team from Australia
Correct.
coming from not winning a game last year to winning the whole thing. Do you think you can do it?
I don't see why not.
Well, I wish you all the best. I'll try and keep my impartiality as well. Like I said, I have some UK blood in me, and I've got plenty of Canadian relatives as well. So I'm going to try and stay neutral, but I do have my yellow jacket on today, and I'm wishing you the best. I'm excited to call my first Australian game, and wish you all the best, Peter. Thanks for joining me in the commentary box.
Thank you very much.
Peter Verrecchia there. Fantastic to have him in with me, and getting a little bit of a peek behind the curtain. The Aussies with their 3.5-day break. I was a bit worried they might only have 5 or 6 return after 3 days on the loose in Malta. But meanwhile, this game has drifted away from Norfolk, hasn't it? 18 without loss after 7 overs. And far cry from kind of what they were hoping for in the first phase. Warwickshire, credit to them as well. I think they've been very tight with the ball. Just a single boundary struck through the first 7 overs. And that required rate, which is continuing to climb, is up towards 7 and over now. So I suppose now's the time. You've got to decide what kind of game you're going to play. Are you going to really attack this? You need to start being busy now. You need to actually start treating this like it's the last 10 overs, even though we're only 7 in. But unless you get that kind of busyness, they're going to just drift further out of contention. And you can kind of see that urgency as well as Worley swings at that one outside off stump, tries to drag it to the leg side. This is Pine now with the ball. And Warwickshire, again, they're showing that depth, aren't they? They're showing the depth today. They saw it with the bat, and that kick in the tail in the last few overs that saw them go from what looked like a 150 kind of score up to 173. And they're really turning the screws with the ball. And it all starts with the ball. I said this yesterday. The bowler's the only human on the field that has the power to dictate proceedings. They will bowl the ball, and everything else is reacting to that. And Warwickshire have gotten in the right zones more often than not so far. That one's driven crisply, and it might beat the fielder. It doesn't. And it's a foot fielding success, as it was Nigel Moore with the Jackie Chan style kung fu kick. She timed to perfection. It's probably the only resemblance we have between Nigel Moore and Jackie Chan. That looked for all money, though, even with this slightly damp outfield. It was struck crisply, and it's just a sign of the times for Norfolk and Suffolk, really. Now's, I suppose, Yates' time. He's through basically the first half of his allotted 50 balls. He's got to try and make something out of this. I do often say, though, in the shorter format that we often do, that when you've got a big problem, try and break it into smaller, more manageable problems. And look, 7 and over is certainly something you can do. You can do 7 in and over. So they're the kind of mini targets you should be going for, and it means you are going to have to take a few more risks. See, this is the kind of ball that Yates is kind of required to defend. Not much he could do with that. It all starts with the accuracy. David Pine doing a good job. We're looking for something to sweep here on the pads. He does, and tests the fielder Healy down there, and well, I think that, to be honest, whether Healy realised it or not, he definitely hit the rope there. And I wonder if there's the 3rd, 4th or 5th official might actually say something about that. Because Healy, he's probably a bit, he didn't realise perhaps, but I think the umpire has realised that it is 4. And Healy, well, he probably passed the polygraph, but I think 80 or 90 people did see that his foot kicked the rope as he held the ball all the way through. So it wasn't a case that he'd thrown the ball away. Healy pleads the 5th. It probably has a one-man argument there against the eyeballs of everyone else at the Malta cricket ground. So, a boundary. And now we've got the man 150 metres away, perhaps taking issue on the other side of the ground. I think the issue there was he was set up for the right-hander, and so he didn't realise that they crossed back, and it is Yates once again to face up, turns it away, won't get a run here. The big zero, Steve Hooper, doing the fielding. That'll be the end of the over. 8 overs down, and it's 23 without loss. Norfolk certainly taking things up a notch after a very pedestrian start to their reply. Taking things up a notch as well in the commentary box, Vinny Sandu. Here, Mr. Maximo, clearly in the twilight of my commentary experience, but one man that's in his prime and ready to take you home here in match number 15, Rico Fool, who's been around the grounds. Tell us what you've been up to, Rico.
Yeah, I've been pottering around. Of course, I got you your coffee first. I had to do that, keep you going, look after your voice. And then the Australians, the Kangaroos, have hopped into Marsa, and I was just having a little chat with them. So Mr. Murphy was in the nets. He's warming up and just turning his arm over, and I had a little chat there with Derek as well. And of course, you had a little chat as well with one of the party.
Yeah, Peter Verrecchia. Good to hear his story. Born in Scotland, basically then moved to Melbourne. Now lives in Tuscany. It's a story we can relate to at least.
We can, yeah.
We're kind of, what's the word, drifters. Just a couple of drifters, aren't we? But meanwhile, it has been a pretty slow start from Norfolk, but they're trying to catch up now. Yates has faced 27 balls, Worley 22. They're 17 and 7 respectively, but it's been really tight bowling from Warwickshire as well, you have to say.
Yeah, bowling has been good, and that's nice and full. It's partially stopped by the cover fielder, but they will get a single. Yeah. One thing you got to say is, and I think I've said this all the way along through this festival, Vinny. And it's not something, let's be honest, it's not something that we are used to saying when we do the European Cricket Series and things. Bowling has been so good. Yeah. The line, the length, even the number of extras. I mean, there are some extras, of course they are. But the bowling and the lengths that have been bowled by these guys have been brilliant.
That's a really good example there as it whistles past the outside edge of Worley's bat. But I think you're right. I think and you know this as a bowler yourself, you get to a certain point in your bowling life where you probably can't bowl as fast as you used to, or you definitely can't bowl as fast as you used to. So you really concentrate on control and replicating the action and being able to put that ball exactly where you want. And I think those skills have been showcased all through this tournament.
Very much so. As we see, this one's a little bit shorter. Again, no run. How many times have we been somewhere and, got all these lads racing in, trying to bowl fast, and there's a lot of wides, a lot of inconsistency in the length. And then they've had a couple of days of, say, bad weather. They can't run in as fast. They've got to cut their run up down and just concentrate on line and length. And all of a sudden, they're bowling 100 times better. And I think this is a very good example to a lot of people. Let's face it, it is holiday time at the moment. A lot of kids are on holiday. It's a good example to all the kids watching. Don't worry so much about running in hard and charging in and trying to bang the ball in the deck. Line and length, that's all you got to worry about.
It's the impetuousness of youth as well that comes in. And I can understand that when you can, of course you want to run in there and get that adrenaline rush of a few thunderbolts. But, I mean, we do see it even at the top level. Bowlers generally bowling within themselves, maybe the occasional effort ball. I know Dennis Lilly used to say, it's great to have slower balls. That's very important the way the game's going. But if you've got like a quicker ball, one that's a bit quicker as well to throw in, it is a very useful skill to have. But yeah, right now we're actually getting the job done, keeping it under 3 and over through the first 9. Norfolk and Suffolk are 25 without loss.
Yeah, and it is National Fun Day. Everyone needs a little unstructured fun in their day, and National Fun Day is a perfect way of having time dedicated to exactly that. Well, we're definitely having some fun, and the fun will continue throughout the day as well. Feel better, live better day as well. And just as I say that, getting a nice little massage here from Garrett. Well, I suppose Garrett has to return the favour.
If this tournament went any longer, it'd be you and Garrett rooming together, and just what you do behind closed doors is your own business. But tell you what, you've opened my eyes to another side of Rico that I haven't seen in 5 years working side by side.
Yeah, well, I was getting some
you never looked at me like that.
I was getting some dirty looks from Garrett's wife yesterday. She was sat across the table from me, and I think somebody had leaked the video of me. You mentioned Jackie Chan. Well, I was doing a little bit of Jackie Chan on the back of Garrett's back yesterday. The few chops. I was doing pretty well as well, and he did. Look, I swapped.
I met Garrett's wife as well, and if he's choosing you over her, then he's got to rethink his life choices. They won't run here. You know, you can just sense the bench is getting a bit itchy at the moment for Norfolk and Suffolk. They're feeling, with 10 wickets in hand, you know, they'd like to see some of these dicey runs attempted, as that required rate has ballooned out to 7.3 now, and we're still in the first 10 overs of the innings.
It's pine at the moment, and I think, you're right. I think it's Norfolk and Suffolk that are pining a little because they need to see a change in attitude from the batters. And I think it's one of those, isn't it, Vinny? I think we talked about this a little bit yesterday, that it comes to a point where if things aren't happening, then maybe you're better off just getting out of the way and going for it.
Probably. I mean, Yates is a big fish for Norfolk and Suffolk, but I suppose he feels that weight of responsibility on his shoulders as well. And they did win yesterday in a reduced game. Maybe that reduced game was a blessing in disguise because they really didn't have a lot of time to settle. They had to push the game early. Here with the 30 overs, maybe they had a bit more of a conservative first approach to keep the wickets in hand. But on their watch, these two have let that rate creep out. Credit to the Warwickshire bowlers, though. They haven't given them too much to put away.
Well, that gets played away, and not a lot happening. Not a lot happening here at the moment.
End of the over then. 26 without loss after 10. So, and the other thing here, and I hate to say it, but we play in a format where it's actually quite normal to retire out batters if they're not quite going at the rate required, particularly in a chase or even in the first innings. It's certainly an option available, but I feel like it might not go down too well at this festival.
Well, the way I'm going to say it is, first I'm going to say, what's going on? Because what is going on? Why aren't they going after this? Because we need a little bit of sexual healing. And, of course, the reason that I mentioned that
is... As soon as Garrett came on, why are you bringing this on?
Well, I timed it a little bit wrong. But a sad day back in 1984 when an American singer and songwriter Marvin Gaye left us, and unfortunately, remember how it went on this day back in 1971, was shot and killed by his father in Los Angeles, Marvin Gaye.
Shocking.
Yeah, so maybe, hey, how about we try and bring a few of Marvin Gaye's song titles into the commentaries. So my one, I started off with what's going on. We need a little bit of sexual healing. Garrett, where are you? I need a little bit of sexual healing. But anyway, come on, let's have a little bit of fun. Marvin Gaye, everybody, the late Marvin Gaye. Let's try and bring some of these song titles into the cricket.
Well, I'm going to use Ain't No Mountain High Enough because I think this mountain has become a bit too high for Norfolk and Suffolk, the way things are going at the moment. Just the two boundaries, and even one of those was a bit of a fielder grazing the rope job. So they need something to happen. So Ain't No Mountain High Enough. Love that one. Does as a duet.
Yeah.
Good karaoke one as well. Just call my name. I'll be there in a hurry. You won't have to worry.
Well, Garrett said no.
Garrett and Rico story.
Well, Garrett said no problem, Rico, just to keep you satisfied. Yeah, that was another Marvin Gaye song.
How sweet it is. How sweet it is to be loved by you. Is that a Marvin Gaye? Probably.
He might have sang
probably
it.
had a hand in
Yeah, How Sweet It Is is there.
Oh, yeah, because I was going to say.
How sweet it is.
He sings that.
How sweet it is to be loved by you. Where's Johnny G when we need him?
Just like honey from a bee. We were talking about honeybees earlier.
That's well struck. Is it going to get through? Partially, yes. Uno, dos. And it will be dos. Gets through two to get two.
The third kick stops the ball. Yeah, that's... Barry's ears are obviously pricked up. It's a big total, but there ain't no mountain high enough. Great minds think alike. I'd like to see Barry writing out all his favourite songs by hand and giving us a list. Perhaps with the lyrics, his favourite verse.
Good delivery, going for it. Well, it does. It takes two to make a single.
Yeah, it takes two. That's good. Well, they took two the ball before. That's a good example of where there's a run that they haven't probably been trying for a fair bit of the first phase of this game. 7.5 and over required at the moment. But also, like I said, you've got to hand it to the bowlers. They've been tight. They've been hitting their spots. And War, this is the last ball of his spell. Wicketless, but only conceding 15. And it'll stay that way. So pretty good figures when you're opening the bowling. If you don't take a wicket, you want to keep it tight. He's done that. None for 15 off 6 overs bowled. And after 11, Norfolk and Suffolk are 30 without loss.
Yeah, it's Warwickshire. We know they're very strong with the bat, but at the moment here, the bowling is very tight. Got a very good line and length. Just have a look at those bowling figures. Quite sensational at the moment. War, great spell from him. He's completed his spell, but what a great bit of bowling. He's 6 overs complete there. And just the 16 runs from Nigel Moore bowled. He's 3 overs just for 9. Remember, Nigel Moore has the best bowling figures in the history of the festival when he took 5 for 20 way back there on day 1. And David Pine, he's started well as well. He's 2 overs just gone for 6. It's played out. But it's just that, I've said this before, you can hear now the frustration really creeping in with Norfolk and Suffolk. But sometimes it's the intent, you know, to get runs that is missing. And, Mark Worley, Popeye, he certainly ate the spinach when they were in the field because you took he's gone. Well, that's the end of him. And Popeye is going to have to make his way out. Well, he might have had the spinach when he was in the field, but he obviously didn't get the spinach when he went out to bat. So that's going to be a wicket. It's just full, it's straight. The stumps are knocked over. The wicket goes down. And a little bit of pain for Popeye as it's timber. Juggling what they style. And well bowled by Payne. And, now maybe sometimes we do say that a change in personnel can make a difference. And Worley will go for just 10 of 32 deliveries.
Yeah, and it's a frustrating kind of innings, I'm sure, for Worley first and foremost. He wasn't able to find the boundary. 31 balls faced. Had to deal with some pretty handy bowling as well. I think it's fair to say that. And eventually that frustration resulted in a cross-bat swipe, which wasn't connected with. And, yeah, Pine deserves that wicket. He's got 2.2 overs, 1 for 6. So, new batter will come to the crease, and it's Nick Meakin who is going to come out there. And I bet he's been itching to get out there as well because he has shown a bit with the bat earlier in the series.
He certainly has. I think he's one guy that doesn't really hold back. I know that Robin Yates is going to be key. Thing about Yates is, though, in 14 balls' time, he's going to have to retire, and he hasn't really helped either in the run-scoring department. But Meakin, last couple of times we've seen him, he has been scoring runs for his side. We saw him in good form the other day against the Canada Masters, scored healthily in that much. So he does get runs, but they've got a lot of work to do here. It's firmly played away for a single. Good start from Nick, who's got number 13 on his back.
Yeah, and Nick is a bit more of a boundary hitter, isn't he? And that's what they need at this stage. The required rate out to 7.7 and over, which, okay, for a few overs, they can probably handle that. But you've got to realise there's basically 18 overs still to go after this one. It's a lot of runs to get. They've got to find that urgency. It's now or never, really. Here's Yates.
Oh, that's defensively played. Jacob is in the chat. Hello, Jacob. How are you? He's saying, let's get it on to me and to you.
How does Jay's a very young man?
Yeah.
How does he know these Marvin Gaye
And
songs?
Michael Payne, obviously related to the bowler Payne, saying good ball. And adios, Popeye. Okay.
Let's get it on. Hey, speaking of music, Johnny G, wasn't he great last night playing live at the Mayhem and Maximo's event that we put on as part of the festival? Haven't really talked about that too much yet. Nice shot, and that may test Healy. Healy had rope rash earlier, but this time he'll get down inside the rope and make a good stop.
Yeah, it does well.
Well, hold that. The people behind Healy are saying it's 4 runs. No, he didn't take the bait, but I was hoping he might bite at that one. No, it was a clean stop.
It was a very good stop. The one before, actually, I wasn't on the comms at the time, but he was very unlucky because he did ever so well. But of course, he didn't realise that while he was stopping the ball, his foot did just touch the rope, so it was a correct call.
Generally, ropes don't jump by themselves, and so I think everyone saw it. To be fair to him, it was the bottom of his shoe that hit the rope, and I don't think he had any idea, but he'll probably realise that later on. End of the over, 33 for 1, so we get a good stop. We haven't talked too much about the Warwickshire fielding, but they, I think, have been very good at their mobility laterally to cut off some of these balls that might have gotten into the outfield against some of the other teams. So, yeah, Warwickshire have got a bit of a point to prove here. I think they're pretty unlucky not to be in the champions pool, and so far they've made a very, very good start here on the way to potential silverware in the Runners' Cup.
Yeah. Yep, they certainly have. And you mentioned, you were talking about Johnny G. Yeah, Johnny G, he's thing about Johnny is he just is a natural performer. He just loves it. And he's got the knack of getting people going, hasn't he? He's got the knack of getting people up on the dance floor. It's a great vocalist. He's
a talented musician. He knows his way around music, doesn't he, Johnny? And also he's kind of the star of the show in another way, in that our last clip of the night, everyone knew it was coming, was poor Johnny getting KO'd by the medic here in the European Cricket Series.
Only Johnny didn't know it was coming. Well, he didn't know that the medic was coming to knock him over. That's a good-looking shot. That's not going to be stopped. It will hit the deck hard, but we'll still get to the boundary. That's what you need. Well, he's got a lot to do here. He's got to change things around pretty quickly. But if there's one man who can do it, Nick Meakin is the man.
Nick Meakin, where have you been all my life? He's been sitting there warming the pine for the first 10 overs as they've crawled. Hey, with him at the crease, that 8 and over or so isn't beyond him. That was an excellent shot.
Well, in the words of Marvin Gaye, I want you, and that's exactly what I think Norfolk and Suffolk were saying. I want you, Nick Meakin, to get things going.
I like that Healy will be asking Marvin for, can I get a witness for that boundary stop?
He certainly is. And a little bit of rain again, which is not good. That's well struck as well. That's going to be another boundary. Well, Meakin is making the most of this. That's hit beautifully. 4 more runs there. Well, just to keep you satisfied, Vinny.
I'm easily satisfied. I think most people know that. And well, here come the boundaries. They weren't tested too often in the first bit. I mean, he got a feel for Worley. I mean, it was, I think, trying to get the score moving, but Meakin, he had splinters on the bench, didn't he? He was pretty keen to get out there.
In the air, it will drop. Whoa, Healy gets wrong-footed, but he watches the ball well.
Doesn't it? It's amazing. Cricket is one of those sports. It can turn on a dime, and suddenly you feel, even with a couple of those well-connected strokes from Meakin, that Warwickshire on the defensive, there's a few conferences going on, there's a few arms being waved. Where are we going to put the fielders? And Yates, he's batted 39 balls for 22. And I think he's also got the license here. I mean, I can't imagine him coming back. And them losing all their other wickets. I know it's possible, but I think he has to really go up a gear. He has a bit of a responsibility to attack these last 11 balls as well and try and get up in the 30s, maybe to 40.
Yeah, he's got to. I mean, he's got himself in. He's seen the ball well. And if he's going to help his team out, I think the next deliveries he's facing are all going to be pretty crucial. Madre mia. Madre mia. Así no, Así no. Tiki-taka from the eights. Well, wasn't quite expecting that, Vinny.
It was a good stride he got in. I'll give him that much. He's paid for his 50 balls. He's going to use them. That's okay this time, though. He just slaps across it. And will they go for 2 here?
Good morning to Ian, who walks by. Hello, Ian. Look at those shirts.
They're good, aren't they?
Look at those shirts.
And do you know what? This is something you might not have realised, but the numbers on the Australian Kangaroo shirts, they're the same types of numbers they have in Australian football. It's a very, they're quite tall, quite wide numbers. That any AFL fan will recognise that instantly. Nice
little shot. Delicately done. We'll be wanting to come back for 2, and we'll get there easily. Doesn't have to really rush too hard. Well, Meakin, instant impact.
You need 8 and over, let's say. Try and get 8 every over. Off this, over, they end up with 12. And again, 8 and over is basically one boundary and eliminating dot balls. And that is manageable. Now, over a longer period of time, it's a bit more difficult, but they're just hanging in there at the moment, aren't they? Norfolk and Suffolk, 45 for 1 after 13.
Good thing that they have in their favour. They've got plenty of wickets in hand. So if they wanted, I mean, they've got to be able to do it, but if they wanted to take a chance and really try and push hard and try to convert most of those ones into twos, the wickets are in hand to do it. And good signs here, though, from the batter that's gone out there, Nick Meakin. He is scoring well.
The only thing with wickets in hand is they're no good to you after the 30 overs have gone past. So there's got to be a time where you say, right, we're going to try and lift things. And I think Yates, to be fair to him, he's trying to do that. He's had a big workload in this series. This will be a good battle with David Pine to Yates.
Dot ball.
Tries to turn that one leg side and he's not able to get away. Kind of feel the frustration of Yates. He's looked to keep things ticking, but they bowled well to him, and it's his instinct taking over to protect against that good ball.
That's well played. That's better. And he may get a boundary here. Is it going to go? No, it just stops. And he's going to get a couple there as the fielder.
Oh, here you go. Now they will get a third.
Oh, well, where's that ended up?
It hit the edge of the pitch and bounced away from the bowler, and pretty good awareness, actually. They catch a break there, don't they? Because it also will get the big hitting Meakin back on strike. A triple.
That works out perfectly. So to get 3, and the overthrow, the buzzers gets them an extra. So 3 runs from it, and they get Nick on strike. And
Jacob, by the way, saying golden oldies like Rico. Just talking about the music. How do you feel about that? You're a young man at this tournament, although you are eligible.
I could be one of the younger players in this festival.
You're 58.
I'm 58.
To me, when we met, you were 53, and you're always 53. So
when we met, I didn't have a single grey hair. In fact, I had hair when we met.
The picture I put up last night showed me that I've aged about 15 years and 5 as well. But anyway, so you could actually, I would love to come back next year and call Rico full. That was my dream. I don't have many dreams left. Maybe I'll come out of retirement for it. But even you can commentate. You only have to play once in a blue moon at this tournament.
Well, speaking of
once
man,
every 3 days you can do that.
Speaking of a man who could come out of retirement, David Gower, and born on this day. So happy birthday to David Gower, 1957. Apparently, as Chris Cowdery told us yesterday, he's actually coming to Malta because he's going to be in a part of a film that's racing away. Starts to slow up, but not before it gets over the boundary rope. 4 runs. It's starting to happen. Vinny, it's starting to happen.
Yeah, is it too little too late? Or are they hanging in there at that required run rate in the 7s? Down about 7.4 though, so game. The other thing is they kind of bowled out some of their more established bowlers. Obviously, War's bowled out. I've used a lot of good bowlers up. I know their depth is good though, Warwickshire. Jacob calling the Tortuga there that caused the overthrow. That was one of the highlights last night as well.
Yeah.
The 5-all run. That was from the European Cricket Series in Germany in 2020, where, let's just say, the gentleman probably wasn't in peak physical condition, but one of the overthrows was as a result of the ball hitting the edge of the pitch and then bouncing back into it nowhere. The football goals on the field was a bit of a throwback as well, and I still think he's lying down there after completing the 5th run. I love last balls of innings, though. And obviously in 10-over cricket, you get so many of them where they're just running forever. It's amazing what you can get away with. So end of the over, 53 for 1. Norfolk and Suffolk requiring 7.56 and over. But they're going at that kind of rate since these two have gotten together.
Do the umpires know how many balls rolled?
The other thing is that Yates is 46 balls into his innings. So 4 balls remaining for him in his innings before his compulsory retirement.
Yeah, so 1957. David Gower, born today, back in 57, was most graceful English batter of recent decades. And from the moment he swiveled to pull his first ball in Test cricket from Pakistan's Liaquat Ali at Edgbaston in 1978.
Yeah, player I grew up watching, of course. Excellent commentator as well. This is an excellent sweep shot. Well, time to order the power with a capital P, and Meakin's bringing it. And he's channeling some of that inner frustration into outward aggression at the crease, and that one races to the square leg boundary, 4 runs.
Yeah, Meakin, the power beacon maybe, as he plays a delightful sweep shot for 4. Was chased hard there by Healy. Healy couldn't get there. 4 more runs. They are starting to pick up a boundary of 2 and over, and you never know. They might bring that rate down to around 5.5, 6. A nice touch. Will be 2 here, surely. An easy 2 as well. Doesn't have to work too hard to get back. You see, he just takes the foot off the accelerator, gets himself comfortably in. Meakin making impact immediately.
If he could, make a significant contribution off his 50 balls, if he was to bat the distance, it would be quite a remarkable turnaround in this game. Problem is, even with that 50 ball rule, he's only used 8 so far, but he's going at that kind of over 2 a ball rate, and he's kind of forced to at this stage, isn't he? This is another crisply hit shot. It'll only bring him 1 this time, but then I suppose that gets them so far. But even they'll need someone else to kind of contribute as well. I suppose that's the beauty of this format as well, is that you are relying on your batting lineup more as a team, because individual batters are restricted to 50 balls before they're retired out, or retired not out, I should say. Compulsory retired.
Yeah, plays that defensively off the back foot. I'm sure the message has been passed on to him that he's only got probably about 4 balls left. Is that right?
He's got 3 balls left. He's got 3 balls left in his tournament. So let's see how he goes about it.
I think he gets back.
He does. Yeah, he gets the... It'd be a good twister player, Yates. He seemed to be overbalancing there, but he was able to get the big toe back in the crease again. Very good work from Bissett to whip the bails off. Last ball of the over, Yates has faced 48.
No, he plays that quite well. Chase is on for the fielder, and foot stops it. Yates should surely be coming back. Oh, my word.
You saw how fast the throw was going. That was pretty slow, but then Meakin realised he was slower, and so they settled for 1. It's the end of the over. And at the drinks break, Norfolk and Suffolk 61 for 1 after 15. So that leaves them 113 to get in the final 15 overs. So again, kind of looking at that 7.5 and over or so with Meakin at the crease. You feel that's achievable. Yates about to make way one way or another. And pretty interesting phase. Look at the worm there, and you can see the Meakin effect.
Yeah.
And over number 12, he's basically shown what you can do if you have that aggressive mindset from the very first ball. And I suppose there's a lot of cricket still to be played, but I think they might rue not opening with him if they were to just miss out on this chase. But still, fascinating last hour to come.
Yeah, that Manhattan also tells you the story. At this point, and even though it's worth pointing out that Warwickshire weren't exactly going all guns blazing, they were on 86 after 15 overs, so the difference between the two teams here, some 25 runs really, so a bit of work to be done to catch up. And speaking of catch up, don't forget Warwickshire did actually accelerate towards the end of their innings. So
I was saying, how important was that kind of...
Yeah.
I caught about a 20-run burst above what we thought they would get.
Correct.
Just due to those last few overs. So that changes it completely. If they haven't got that 20, 25-run burst, they're probably looking at a runner ball or just over, maybe 6.5 and over from here. Because of that burst, it's 7.5 and over they need from here. Meakin's obviously a big factor. But he's going to need some help if they're going to pull off an unlikely chase.
Yeah, they certainly will do. And yeah, looking at the way that Warwickshire finished their innings, they scored almost 40 runs off the last 4 overs, and that was big acceleration from them. So there's a bit of work to be done here from Norfolk and Suffolk. But once again, they have got, as we keep saying, they have got those wickets in hand. So it is possible. But don't forget, the other thing is that Yates will get to face 1 ball. He's made 31 off the 49 so far. But I don't think, really, that's a bad thing, because the next batter can come out and bat the way that Meakin is going.
Yeah, well, in the end, he's going to end up with, let's say, 31 or 30-something off the 50, which is a strike rate of about 60. So the cost of replacement, you wouldn't imagine that the next batter coming will score below that.
Yep.
And so it's hard to assess this innings from Yates, because to be fair, they did bowl very well in the first 10 overs.
Yeah, they did.
It's his natural instinct, I think, probably the opener's instinct to protect against the good ball. Truth is, he was bowled a lot of good balls, and that's why he hasn't been able to score as freely. Of course, we saw him score a 50 yesterday at this point of his innings, basically. Today, only 30. That probably tells you more about the fact that they've bowled very well to him.
Yeah, and I get the feeling, if memory serves me right, that Robin Yates probably hasn't been out the last 2 innings that he played. He made 40, he scored a 50, and he's likely not to be out this time too. So we know that he's a solid batter, but he's just not a blazing starter, I suppose it comes down to. So facing his last ball here now. Let's see if he can make it count, and he will get a single. And that's a good bit of fielding actually done there by the short cover. So that will be the innings over for Robin Yates. The last time that we'll see him in this 2026 Malta Senior Cricket Festival. And I suppose he'll probably continue as being the leading run scorer when we come back here again next year.
Yeah, I suppose so. Nice little average booster as well. They're not out. I'm not saying he's thinking about that, but I know the batters these days. I love the red ink. Not something you get a lot of in the European Cricket Series when you have 5 run-outs in the last over. But no, well done to Robin. Again, that wasn't easy, I think, in that situation. Put it this way, he does leave the game with his team still in contention. So that's a little bit of a win, at least. But 7.5 and over. We're all on Meakin watch here. He's been joined by JJ, James Johnston.
Yeah, JJ's another one who doesn't hold back. The other thing about JJ, and I think Nick here, both of them will run well. They're both pretty fit. So can James Johnson get going? He bowled very well as well, so it's a good one. Oh, well, that's a wicket. It's full, it's straight, and it's gone. So that's the worst case scenario. JJ gets out there. He's at the non-strikers end, but they didn't want to lose that wicket. That's Meakin that go. It's a great delivery. It's full and straight. Yorker length, and it's jog the putte, and down go the pegs. Oh, they explode like a stick of dynamite going off there. Look at the joy. It's a wonderful delivery. A lovely moment. More pain than for Norfolk and Suffolk as David Payne rattles the timber.
Yeah, fantastic effort from Warwickshire to pick up basically 2 new batters in 2 balls. Pine has bowled really well. Meakin trying to force the issue. He's backed into a corner, wasn't he? Meakin in the first place. And he showed good signs, but that's a huge moment in the game. And once again, we'll get 2 brand new batters there. Not quite in the bizarre circumstances of the other day when Sharma decided to run like a crab. But we will get a new batter coming out there, and it will be Konichny, your favourite, to come out.
Yeah, Robin Konichny, the Yorkshireman. And he knows what he's got to do. But the thing is, yeah, you're right. You basically got 2 new batters starting to try and keep this partnership going. Jacob was impressed with that delivery. He said it was an impressive delivery. It was indeed full and straight, and that's what he'll be trying to do here to Robin. There's a little bit of rain that's been blown about at the moment. The wind picks up a little.
It's a game within a game now, isn't it? Because you got a 15-over game with just brand new batters. So you got a 15-over game to get 110. And so that's the one thing, when you don't want to be heavily critical, but now these batters don't get the luxury that the openers got of just padding 20 balls. They're being put in an uncomfortable situation. Let's see if they're able to deliver.
It's played nicely off the back foot. Thinks about wanting to come back for a second and probably, decide. Oh, well.
Got the Tortuga off the edge of the pitch.
I think keeper here, this is, remember, it is Kevin Bissett, probably is quick enough to react to stop that ball, causing him some unnecessary pain.
Depends how the furniture's arranged there. I think he seems all right. It certainly took a bit of a sideways hop unexpectedly off the edge of the pitch.
Played again towards Healy. Healy's been
Well, he
very
wants to,
busy.
yeah. Oh, good throw might be interesting. That's very good running, though. Probably the best turn I've seen all week. He just made up his mind. You're seeing that urgency coming in. I've liked the way that Robbins approached this so far. He's looking to be busy. And despite a pretty good throwback to Bissett, he beats it out.
Yeah, that's nice. Well, that's starting to see what we weren't seeing too much of in the first part of this innings, the first half. The urgency is there now, the intent is there, and it needs to be there if they want to get this win. Remember, playing for effectively fourth place here, these two, but also to have the title of being the winners of the Runners-Up Cup. End of the over, well bowled, and very well bowled. Just the 4 runs coming off that 65, then for 2. So we saw a retired not out in that over. That was Yates, who of his 50 balls got 32, and then basically the very next ball took the big wicket of Nick Meakin, and it was a perfect Yorker that knocked his stumps backwards, which meant that we really got 2 new batters out there that haven't really got too much time to get going. They have to get a move on here now. So 16 overs now completed, 65 for 2. And nice to see that the sun comes back again. Looks like Hooper will continue. And don't forget that we saw Hooper put in a fantastic in the same match that we saw the 5 wickets from Nigel. Well, that's going to be runs. That'll be 2. Yeah, where Nigel took the 5 foot. Nick at one point was staring at Player of the Match award when he took 2 wickets for just 6 runs in the 5 overs that he bowled. So we know that Hooper also can be pretty effective. He's a good tall man, and if he gets the ball in the right area, he will definitely trouble the batters. And he comes again, bowling to Robin, who leaves that alone, but it's a good ball, says the umpire. I mentioned, of course, Gower, born on this day in 1957, and I think of all the left-handers that I've watched, I think Gower probably was the most pleasing to watch. He was a lovely stroke player. 1941, an Indian captain is born. Ajit Wadekar was a cool, upright left-hander. Speaking of left-handers, another left-hander who led India to two tours of England in 1971. It's going to drop just in front of the fielder when they won their first test and series in England. And then in 1974, when they lost all 3 tests, whereupon Wadekar retired from first-class cricket. He also led India to a famous victory in the West Indies in 1970-71. So Ajit Wadekar, born also on this day back in 1941. And how many games? It looks like they're going to settle for 1, though. Get the feeling that one of the batters was up for taking 2. I think that was Johnston. We know that James Johnston is pretty quick in between the wickets, but Robin Konechki was not so keen. That's in the air. It's not going to be catchable. But it's not going to the boundary, and look at JJ go, and he gets there comfortably. And a good little work there done by Hooper as well. He's showing some of his foot and hand skills as he knocks that up to himself and takes it in one hand. So once again, with that wicket of Nick Meakin going, you can see that the rate, which did start to pick up, is now stabilised again in favour of the fielding side, Warwickshire. 71, 2 down, 17 overs completed. And hello to Dave. Hi, Dave. Did you hear me through the grapevine? Like it? Yeah, of course. A lot of people making references to some Marvin Gaye songs here who, of course, passed away on this day. In 1971 was shot and killed by his father. Yeah, back in 1984.
What was that again?
Is that enough? I think it was 1978.
It's Pine, who's bowled so well. And how many times have we seen these left-arm round bowlers cause trouble? And in all aspects of the game as well, we see it a lot when we're following and calling the European Cricket Series. And of course, very recently we saw some excellent left-arm round bowling from Italy in the World T20 World Cup. And even at this level, left-arm round, there's just something about it which produces good performances and good wickets.
Yeah, so Marvin Gaye's song from 1978. There was, Is That Enough was the question. And that was a song from Marvin Gaye, 1978, as known by Barry, who's as looked up by me just then, because I had no idea what he was talking about. I thought he meant the number 173. I was like, it sounds like a strange title for a song. But yeah, is that enough? Well, I think he's just quoting something you might have said just then. Anyway, slow bros continue, and that was a push through a little bit actually from Pine, he's a Sunday afternoon nightmare, isn't he, really? He doesn't bowl too many bad balls whatsoever. And this rate in the last few moments is the required rate's crept over 8 for the first time. Is that the point of no return for Norfolk and Suffolk?
To take the single. So singles, of course, Warwickshire are more than happy if Norfolk and Suffolk are just getting singles. If they can stop them scoring boundaries with each over that goes by, that rate just keeps climbing. So that's another over that goes by. Another good one there from Payne. The way he's bowled so far, you could be saying that this spell of bowling, though there was some good batting performances in there, but it's kind of play of the match stuff. That's the end of his spell now. His 6 overs are complete, and he has just bowled beautifully well. He really has. Just the 20, I think in the end about 24 runs come off his 6. Just wait for the scores to come up on my computer. But excellent bowling. He's put his team in a good area. Hooper strays down the leg side here. Wide ball is called.
So yeah, now you really have to treat it as, okay, we need, pretend it's the last over, we need 8 to win or 9 to win. And treat every over like the last. You've got eight wickets left in hand. If you're going to get there, you can probably have to get there as a team. And one way to obviously get at least 6 overs to eliminate the dot balls, but it's not easy. Like I said, the Warwickshire bowlers have been very, very tight. And we talked about the importance of their follow-up bowlers doing the job as well. After their initial bowlers kept things so tight in the first 10 overs, they've done very, very well. Until now, which is down the leg side, but classic mocker. But no, it is something we talked about quite seriously, that with experience comes control and kind of knowledge of your own game, particularly as a bowler. This guy's action, actually, Steve Hooper, reminds me of your bowling action, Rico. It's very occasionally we've seen you roll the arm over. We don't have too much time between games.
No,
and this it wets my whistle.
Oh, does it now?
For a Rico full return in the Malta Seniors Cricket Festival. I wonder if there'll be big money thrown around as well. What was your home county when you lived in UK?
Right. Well, the last place I was playing was Hertfordshire.
Okay.
Hertfordshire, but the bulk of my playing was in the Middlesex leagues.
Yeah.
In those days, I think it was called the Fullers League, and
the Fools League.
Yeah,
the Rico Fool League.
Yeah, Fullers
They named
League.
it after you before you even played in it.
Those were the days, bowl from one end, and that one is going to be a teaser, I think.
Got to get 3 here, surely. Oh, maybe not. I'll get 2.
Nice bit of team fielding. Yeah, those were the days. Bowl from one end all the way through the innings. Finished bowling something like 26, 28 overs.
Even as a 17-year-old, I was bowling 28 overs in a day, and it's amazing. Even when you're young, it takes its toll.
I suppose the difference was that you were doing it in probably some extreme heat.
Well, I remember going to the movie. You're at that age, you're going out on your first dates and everything, and going to the movies and trying to explain to your date why you're cramping up and you're lying on the floor.
That used to be the worst. The worst for me was when you have the spell like that, and then everybody would decide we're going to go out for dinner or something. And you just sit down, you all squeeze into the dinner table, and you're sat in the middle, and then all of a sudden the cramp just happens, and you say, "Move, I've got to get up, no runs there. So, well, I tell you what, this is I'm kind of tearing up here. Didn't Marvin Gaye sing the Onion song? And it's like the Onion song is bringing tears to my eyes because, Norfolk and Suffolk, it's just not happening at the moment. And Warwickshire looks like they're going to do this quite easily, as we see Mick Brazil stretching his legs, running past us. Is I'm sure pretty excited to be out there pretty soon, and that will happen pretty soon, won't it? The next match, something to look forward to, because it's been a bit of a while since we've seen the Australian Kangaroos in action, and now I know why you've worn that jacket.
Yeah, maybe. I'm trying to stay as neutral as possible. Anyway, that'll be the end of the over. 82 for 2 after 19 overs. Sussex, a couple of big team news points to make. Chris Aishleman and Kevin Tam out of the side for their final game, so being given an early rest, if you like. So Sussex will be without their services. They'll have Ian Rippengale behind the stumps. Mick Brazil will lead their side once again. Brian Cox into the 12 as well.
I'm getting worried here while Mike was under the table for a moment, and we don't do those things over here, Mike.
It's just kind of following your lead based on some of the experiences you've told me about in the last 24 hours. Yeah, Kangaroos, first time I've seen them live, looking forward to it. Peter Verrecchia did a great job in the commentary the first few overs, telling us about his experiences. Scottish-born, Australian-raised, Italian resident. It's a very European cricket story, and he'll be turning out for the Kangaroos, who, of course, will be hoping to go back-to-back wins and lock down the trophy. The classic rags to riches after they didn't win a game last year. John Murphy leads the side, and Randall McDonnell and Jock O'Connor listed as wicket keepers. So I suppose we might see them split the role. I've also seen McDonnell bowling a bit in the series.
No run. Hey, big match, that one coming up, because Sussex really, if they want to stay in contention, have to win it.
Yeah, and win well, because they got beaten pretty comprehensively by Canada in that first game of the Champions Pool. But that'll be a great afternoon, and so far the weather's been kind. Hopefully it stays that way.
Yeah, remember that Sussex 130 all out is the only all out that we've had in the festival, and Canada, though they, Canada did it quite comfortably in the end with 7.1 overs to go, but it could have been even a more of a bigger hiding. I hope you never know, that could come back to haunt Canada if things do go down to net run rate. But and of course the Kangaroos will play today, and then we'll have one tomorrow. So they'll play they've had a bit of a break, but they will have back-to-back matches.
Yeah, Sussex's net run rate after their first game was minus 2.4, which is quite significant. But, of course, you can move it very quickly when you've only got 2 matches. Each margin is kind of equally important. So if they could win by more than they lost by, essentially, the other day, they do become genuine contenders, and then they would hope that the Kangaroos could beat Canada tomorrow. So you might end up with a 1-1 situation. But I suppose, the Kangaroos have the benefit of seeing that first result. And I suppose each team knows as they enter their final group phase, if you win 2 matches, you win. It's simple as that. And any team wins 2 matches, you get to win, and you get to walk away with that trophy.
That struck well, but unfortunately it does go straight to the fielder. Makes a stop. They take the single. Singles don't hurt Warwickshire. They're in a happy place at the moment, Warwickshire.
I think they are. And look, Warwickshire, let's talk about them. They've had a pretty impressive campaign. I know they'll be disappointed that they didn't qualify for the Champions Pool after having 199 on the board against the Kangaroos. That one just skips away from the fielder, and so they will end up getting a single. Single's not hurting Warwickshire at the moment, but
hey, I've just been told by Mick Brazil that it's somebody's birthday today.
Is that right?
I reckon we should get the birthday boy in here.
Yeah, well, tell you what, I would love to make way. Come in. Oh, yeah, actually, let him on.
Okay, that's a good idea.
Let's give him a quick one, though.
Well, but what I want, let's say happy birthday first, shall we?
Sure. Whoa. Pardon me. You want to sit? Hold on. Well, I mean, is it legal to have a birthday when it's already an age-based tournament? I wonder if it's his 60th. No, he probably can do that. Kevin Allsbrook here from Sussex. How old are you today, Kevin?
61.
60. Okay, so he's already 60. But I know you're allowed to play as a 59, even 58-year-old.
Yeah.
60. So that means you're 1 year past your 60th. Did you have a big 60th birthday?
Yes.
What were the celebrations like?
In America for a month.
In America
Wow.
for a month. Sounds dangerous.
Happy birthday,
Happy
buddy.
birthday.
Happy birthday.
And maybe we can have a chat to you during the game.
You're sitting the next one out, are you? Is that injury?
No, he's
you are in.
He's
okay.
in. We've noticed a bit of team news with Chris and Kevin sitting out. What's the backstory there?
Age. 4 games in 6 games.
That's a nice looking shot.
Understandable. And I suppose with Sussex, I mean, you're still in contention for the trophy. If you had a big win today and the other result went your way, are the boys quietly confident you might be able to pull off a Sussex miracle?
Always. Always have hope in your heart and then see what happens.
Well said.
That's beautiful, isn't it? Well, I mean, we're hoping that Kevin doesn't get too much of a chance to come in the commentary, because if he's doing his job, if he cracks a quick 50 off the 50 balls, he might be too tired to come in, and obviously he's got a bit of a role to play in the field and with the ball. But wishing you all the best. And what do you want for your birthday? What do you want? What's your dream present?
Happiness for my family.
He's too zen to play.
You
need to fire him up.
He should be a politician, I reckon. That's well hit.
He's too happy.
Catching Charlton, well held. Really good catch. How about this, Maximo? I mean, that was hit pretty well by Robin. But what a good catch that is. Fielder gets himself in a great position, holds on to it. That's a brilliant catch. We'll have a look at that in the replay. Look, I don't want Mick Brazil to go away, and because I'm going to move out the way. I want you to ask him. He's got Maltese wife, by the way. I want you to ask him, because I know the story. I want you to ask him about the things he had to do when he met his potential father-in-law.
I already heard this. I will. Let's talk about it again. Yeah, I heard this the other day, and the things. Is that a Marvin Gaye song, The Things You Do for Love? I don't think it is, but it's Marvin Gaye adjacent. Mick, sit down, welcome. Make sure your microphone's on. I think you're on. You're all good. Mick, captain of Sussex. Obviously, you got the big game against the Kangaroos, your last game of the tournament this afternoon. Firstly, welcome back to the Comedy Box. How are you doing?
Thank you so much. It's really good to be here. I love Malta. I have a Maltese wife.
I believe you do, but you had to work.
So I've been here many times.
You had to work a little bit hard, and I did hear this the other day, but remind all the viewers, in case they weren't listening the other day, it wasn't just a matter of asking her and getting it done. You had to jump through a few hoops along the way, didn't you?
Yes, so I went to, came here for the first time almost 40 years ago, and met the granddad at 162 St Nicholas Street, Valletta.
If anyone wants to go around to his house now, you know exactly where it is.
No.
Right.
Yeah,
probably
unfortunately he's not with us.
He's doing well if he was, but yeah, continue.
Dominic Zara, and we went there, and it was early in the morning. He made me move a sideboard, drink 2 large beers, which he wasn't drinking.
Yeah.
I asked him a whole lot of questions, and he, in my opinion, quite rightly said, "If you mistreat my granddaughter, I will eat you alive," and I haven't.
Well, communication is important. I think he was pretty clear with his communication there. I was fascinated by the giving you 2 pints, despite him not drinking, and I would have been a bit worried about if they were bubbling away or something, because I get the labour element. He just used you as free labour.
Yeah.
But the drinking of the pints confused me a little. Because that was just to show you that you were man enough to marry his granddaughter? Or do you think it was?
I don't know.
Do you think it was just so you told the truth? You know, people generally start to tell the truth after a couple of drinks.
Veritas, yeah, all of that thing.
Exactly. So what brought you to Malta in the first place, Mick?
So my wife was born here, to a Maltese father and an English mother, and she spent the first 7 years of her life here, went to school here.
1 second,
then-
this is going to be a potential catching opportunity. It's dropped, though. Here's a good effort there. Moore leaves us wanting more, doesn't he? Went back into his right. Would have been a classic catch,
would
but
have
he
been.
doesn't quite hold on.
I took one in that exact position, and I can tell you it was hard.
I don't think there's too many easy catches out there, I think, in this tour, especially in these conditions. Although I suppose the English teams have a bit of a natural advantage playing in the dampness.
Yep. Plenty of practice
Okay,
for that.
so you met your now wife in England, but she had Maltese heritage. Is that what happened?
Yes, yeah, we met at an A-level English class. Isn't that romantic?
Very nice, beautiful, beautiful. So how long ago was this then?
This was 1985, so
Wow.
yeah, 40 years ago.
41 years ago. Wow. What if I told you I was 4 years old when you met?
Nice.
That's, but this is the potential two here. Moore's got some more work to do. Good pick up and throw, but the batters have made up their mind. They will get through for two. And so, yeah, your first trip to Malta then, was that essentially to meet the family, or had you come here a couple of times beforehand? And how old were you at this stage when you decided to propose?
Early 20s.
Okay.
Yes.
So you've been together a few years.
Yeah.
This one will be more runs, potentially another two here.
Oh.
And we'll get there. So Norfolk showing more aggression. It's a little bit too little too late, really, Norfolk and Suffolk. Yeah, so tell me more. I'm curious.
So I have my Maltese nationality certificate.
Okay.
Which is a very nice, it's a real honour.
These post-Brexit days, it's very useful. I can tell
Absolutely,
you as a British
absolutely.
citizen that kind of had me over a barrel when I decided to move to Europe 5 years ago.
And my oldest son works in the wine industry, so it's very good.
Oh,
very good for him.
nice, very nice.
Travelling and working in Europe.
I just think you're very international with a name like Mick Brazil. You know, obviously being English, having the Maltese connection.
That name sounds much sunnier than it really is.
Oh,
So my old dad used to say that it was Portuguese sailors from the Spanish Armada that were wrecked off the west coast of Ireland, but that was just made up.
It's a great
actually
story.
a derivation from Brazil, which is an Irish name, which means that you come from a village where everybody is poor.
Is that right?
Yeah.
Well, you know what? Yeah, just show from humble beginnings. I think you've done pretty well. I think anyone that ends up here and ends up bagging it. I mean, the Maltese women, they generally have good taste, and I'd say there's no exception there.
That's very kind of you.
With yourself, Mick. How do you feel about this afternoon's game? Obviously, your last, so it's essentially your final. We have noticed there's a couple of outs with Chris and Kevin sitting out, and just age being given as the reason from Kevin moments ago. But how are you feeling against the Kangas? Do you think you're a chance to
Kevin,
pull off a big
the birthday
win?
boy's not sitting out. He's
Kevin's in, but we mentioned Chris and Kevin. Kevin Tam, I should say.
Yeah, Kevin Tam.
Are out of the side.
Yeah.
But how are you feeling going into this afternoon?
We're just really looking forward to it. We love this festival. We're very proud to be the top English side in the in the festival.
Very smart. You've already sewn that up after the first phase.
Yeah, and some people tease us about having just won one game, but sport's all about winning the key moments, as far as I'm concerned, and that's what we did.
Well, that's in the air. Catching opportunity, and it's taken.
It.
Excellent work there by Healy.
Really well judged, wasn't it?
Yeah, he had to kind of sit tight. The ball was dying on him at the last moment. I love the technique there as he cradles that one. So the aggression came from Taylor, and really might have even gone for six if Healy wasn't there, but he was. And he robs him of it. So that'll be the fourth wicket down, 99 for 4 in the 23rd. Well, Mick, I'll let you go get prepared for your game.
I will.
Wish you all the best. I love your attitude.
You.
I love the feeling in the camp. And yes, you can be really, really proud of what you've achieved.
Thank you so
much. And
no
better way to go out than to go out with a win. So I wish you all the best this afternoon.
Thank you so much. Can I just say one more thing
please?
I go? This is a funny one. So after the game on Monday, couldn't find my towel. Asked all the lads, put it out on our WhatsApp group. Anyone seen my towel? No response. I've just noticed it in the umpire's back pocket there.
Well, we haven't had a streaky yet. If you want to run across the ground and grab it and cover yourself with it, feel free.
Go on, I dare you to do it. Come on, run across the ground and grab your towel.
Towelgate. Well, Rico and Garrett had their own version of Towelgate yesterday. We're talking about. They were rolling up and spanking each other with them. But oh well. How about that? Mick Brazil, great job. And haven't Sussex been a breath of fresh air here? Yeah, I thought old men are meant to be grumpy. They all just seem very, very zen. They're enjoying life. They're enjoying their experience.
You see, you're getting us all wrong. We're not grumpy at all.
Not really old either at 60s these days, are you? If you look at the trends worldwide. Geez, that was a good catch by Healy, wasn't it? Rico
It was a
fullback.
very good catch. Healy's been great on the boundary, hasn't he? We've seen. Look, he had a bit of a fight with the rope a bit earlier. When there was one
about it.
there was one given for 4, but he's patrolled that boundary really well, and that's a really good catch, well taken.
I mentioned earlier he would have passed the lie detector. I have actually said in the European Cricket Series, if we don't have reviews, for example, for things like little nicks and LBWs where you might have nicked it, I think instead of going for replays, you should be able to have a polygraph expert that comes out and maybe twice in innings and kind of, Robert De Niro style in Meet the Parents and taps you and goes, look, did you hit it? Did you hit it? And they say no. And the needle's going like, I'm sorry, that's out. Bring in the lie detector. And the thing is, Healy would have passed the lie detector because he had no idea that he grazed the rope.
Yeah,
but
is
it
true.
was a pretty obvious one for everyone behind. Anyway, I'm looking forward to this as well because interesting little partnership potentially developing here. But the time's running out, isn't it? 7 overs to go. They need basically 10s from here. It's 101 for 4 after 23.
Yeah, big swing there. Probably a half an opportunity there for Bissett to pick up a stumping, but the ball just didn't come and get into his gloves nicely. A little bit of every time Garrett goes out there and starts looking at the sky, that spells trouble. And looking at some of these dark clouds, which the only good thing is they're moving pretty quickly. So if they do bring a little bit of rain with them, with the wind that's blowing there, it's going to take it away quick. But yeah, there's some dark clouds coming here, and I can start to feel a little bit of rain coming through. But
this was the time yesterday where the result was clearly beyond doubt, and then the rain came and they had to come off the field. And there was some discussion about a resumption, which is pretty difficult to do when you've got 22 players in the bar that can't be found. I think they said enough's enough, time to call it. But anyway, we have 7 overs to go in this one. How close can Norfolk and Suffolk get?
There's a swing across the line here. No wide given by the umpire. It's obviously, he did kind of shuffle across, so I think that's a fair call. Looked like the ball probably would have struck the pads. It's Murphy doing the bowling.
By the way, Norfolk and Suffolk, even though they don't pull this off, they've done a very good job, I think, in this series. They're going to finish with a 2-2 record, 2 wins out of 4 games, which is no disgrace at all. They had a good win over Surrey. Don't forget last Wednesday morning when they pulled off a chase, 161, and did that with 11 balls to spare, and made a respectable 162 against Canada as well before Canada were able to knock that off. And then yesterday they were in that game where the rain came towards the end, and they ended up winning on Duckworth Lewis, just batting 14 overs, but ending out reasonably comfortable winners on the Duckworth Lewis method. So, yeah, they've had a successful week. And obviously Warwickshire, we know that they're a very good side. They're a team that have put big runs on the board.
Yeah.
And even the fact that they were able to restrict Warwickshire to their lowest score so far in the series.
Doesn't quite get that at the meat of the bat. Looking for a big... Oh, that's very good running. In comes the throw, and they will get home.
It almost bounced off the keeper's pads onto the stumps, and he still would have been well short. Again, it's one of those awkward bounce throws, isn't it, where it's too close to you to react to. So even if it bounced shorter, I think Bissett would have had a chance. But anyway, credit to taking on that run.
Yeah.
Soldier.
What happened there is, as this one's a big swing and a miss, he saw that Steve Hooper was looking to flick the ball up with his foot. And because it went wrong, he said, all right, let's go for a second. But Hooper was pretty quick to recover, and he's got a good, strong arm. So you're right. If it was taken by Bissett, or even if the ricochet went onto the stumps, it would have been out.
Hey, a bit of ECN news. I know that, that, of course, the Portugal series is ongoing, but Corey's taken over the mic for an innings there in Portugal. I'm a bit worried at the end of this innings I might have to check everything's all in order there. Phil taking a bit of a breather.
That spells trouble. Of course, you'll be there, won't you, from here to do the talkers for the final?
I'll do the finals on Saturday there, and then potentially some more cricket the next week. We should find out today if we have another series the following weekend. So, yeah, I mean, obviously quite a lot of viewers here be aware of the other cricket we're doing around. But, I mean, we're thrilled to be here. I mean, we were asked late last year if we'd like to be involved in the festival. I think we couldn't say yes quick enough. We were really, really excited to come back to Malta and obviously do something a little bit different. Had a cracking time and looking forward to a big finish, obviously today and tomorrow. And, of course, Chris Cardry hosting the wind-up dinner tomorrow night should be great as well.
Ooh.
Isn't it funny, though, how many runs you can get when you start trying?
Yeah.
I mean, look, they'll get back for a couple here, but it's amazing. Luck will often fall your way if you're willing to be aggressive. And they've still only lost 4 wickets, despite, in the last 10 overs, they've tried to score a lot higher. I know they were... You could give me the 5 over by 5 over splits probably.
Yeah.
But this is the pace they needed to go at a little bit earlier if they were to keep this chase alive.
I can see a stumping here. I'm feeling a stumping for Bissett. Oh,
probably a chance.
There was
Yeah. That would have been good.
Wow, a little ooh and ah. First the stumping chance because it couldn't quite take the ball, and then the little back flick, which if it hit the stumps would have got his man. It's the end of the over. As Martin Simmons walks by.
That would have been
Martin.
great.
Of course, Martin was probably out. Well, he was out with his wife the other night celebrating his birthday.
Yeah. Well, I'm glad it was him that was out with his wife. That's always a good sign. Geez, that little back flip would have been amazing from Bissett, who fumbled it initially. I think it was probably a slight stumping chance as well, but he couldn't gather it cleanly at the first attempt. But I think, for both these teams now, time to soak it up. Both playing their last game of the tournament. Warwickshire will finish with a 3-1 record, barring a miraculous comeback from Norfolk and Suffolk here. But, I mean, they're two teams that have been fortunate enough to essentially win matches. Norfolk have won 2 matches. Warwickshire, this will be their 3rd win. But let's hope they enjoy a reasonably dry last few overs, last few moments in the limelight here at the Malta Seniors Cricket Festival 2026.
Yeah, you can see from the players' jerseys that the wind has definitely picked up. And Lowry continues, who's he's bowled very well as Lowry. He just wants to make a little. Looks like he wants to make a change in the field. Yeah, he stops. I think they just realised they had too many out. Yeah, they did. They had 5 out. So Lowry stops just in time. I think it must have been the captain there who realised and says, "Hang on a minute, chaps." It's played along to the fielder that just gets moved in, and he just rolls it back. It's just a single.
Yeah, funny weather forecast we've had this week. Always the chance of some rain around. Yesterday we weren't expecting any. We got plenty. Today we're expecting plenty. So far we haven't really got too much. Let's just hope the cricket and the weather gods can combine for a reasonably clear finish to this tournament.
Well, that's played away. Jacob, I think, is saying he's good night to everybody. Jacob, was once again lovely to have you joining us. And Dave is absolutely right. If you are watching and you haven't clicked the like button, do so. And yeah, do subscribe and tell your friends, tell your family. The more, the merrier.
Yeah, definitely. We've had excellent viewing numbers, haven't we, during this series? I love the. I'm trying to compare him to a well-known batter. Although he might be a well-known batter himself after that shot. Bolger, absolute snap of the bat through that ball. Goes aerial. Cuatro carreras, one of the shots of the day.
Yeah, cuatro carreras as that gets bludgeoned to the boundary. They were moving the 2 straight fielders in all the time.
I've got it. Clive Lloyd. Is Clive Lloyd. Look at the way he leans on his bat. I know that stance. Almost like if the bat wasn't there, there's no doubt he would topple over. But I love the stance. I mean, Clive Lloyd always gave that relaxed impression that he's a bit bored to be there, but he's got that kind of hunch over. Really, that bat has to support his whole weight. And it's doing the job at the moment because that could go all the way. Maximo!
It does. Shaba, Guinnessora. Manos arriba, arbitro. Por aquí eso es 6 carreras.
No jokesies. That could be the shot of the tournament. It was a genuine cover drive on the up, elevated, He took his weight off his bat long enough and absolutely spanked that one. And Bolger, where have you been all my life? How did this rate get so out of control?
Well,
desperate times, desperate measures, but what a shot.
Well, let's get it on, Bolger. Let's get it on. Well, the reason was the first 11 overs only presented 30 runs.
Oh,
And that's the
what
issue.
a shot.
And gone! Spicy catch and oh, look at the celebration. I like that as well. That's a really good catch. Bolger, he's lovely, quick fire, explosive innings, comes to an end. And it's another great catch. The catching and fielding, it has to be said, from Warwickshire has been really good. That's well taken, good grab, good catch, which brings to an end a really good, fiery, explosive innings from Bolger. And Bolger, quite rightly so, will probably be saying, hey guys, if we had a better start, things could have been very different. It could have been a very different story.
Yeah, I mean, look, it was a good catch. And then instead of diving, he decided to walk on his knees for about 6 or 7 steps, almost like a party trick. But yeah, the classic 6 and out. Maybe it does follow us wherever we go. Still, I mean, that tournament was worth. I mean, the 6 he hit was probably worth the price of admission. That was such a great shot, and he can take that off with him. But I think you're right. He's probably got a few scores to settle with some teammates that let the rate get out of hand. But I suppose in the end, they're in their final moments. They'll just want to enjoy it. But well batted by Bolger. He's gone, though, and it's 119 for 5.
Great catch there by Murphy. And this guy, Harold, is in now. Mr. Entertainer himself, Harold Van Zanten. Now, he's not one that likes to hold back. Now, his first moment in this festival was without facing the ball and trying to run down the wicket. He fell over. So let's see how he goes. He starts with one that gets past him. Over a risk call. A productive over run-wise. Also a wicket in there as well. But as we said, it's all happening a little bit too late, really, for Norfolk and Suffolk. 119, and that's the end of the 25th over.
5 overs to go then. 55 required. I mean, it's funny, different forms of cricket. We'd see 11 and over as about a par rate in the cricket we normally do, but I suppose, the boundaries being pushed back, slightly slow outfield. It's tough. But it is doable, let's be honest. We have seen overs go for 20 plus in this tournament. I suppose Norfolk and Suffolk, nothing to lose here. They might as well have a dip, go down swinging. Maybe there could still be another twist in this tale.
Okay, just slight adjustments to the field here from Murphy, who, having taken that catch, will continue with the ball. Really good catch. I mean, he's dirtied his whites. And
the knees probably need to be replaced. The trousers and possibly the human. But anyway, we'll start the 26th over here with a single. Let's see. 2 boundaries and over, you can get that 11.
Oh.
Yeah, that's kind of what you got to be looking at.
I think Harold was just looking at the mark that's already put there and checking which stump it was for. He said, yeah, that'll do. I'll just stay on that. Okay. Harold yet to get off the mark. And he hits that pretty well. Oh! Gets a hand on it.
He's going to be forced into this against his will, but he's going to get away with it. That's Van Zanten. Almost got lapped by his partner there. Would have been an amazing catch first up. The left hand went up. The reverse Statue of Liberty play, but it didn't stick.
Yeah, Bolger almost gave us a little bit of jalebi delight here today. We almost saw a jalebi catch, but not quite. But he wasn't able to save the 2 runs either. They get 2.
Yeah, Pine with a good effort. Now he's going to go down. Almost like the sniper got him there, Pine. And now we'll see another attempted 2. Van Zanten versus the ball. It's a close race, but they do get back for a couple in the end.
They do. Well, first of all, we saw Bolger trying to take the jalebi catch, and now that one we saw him rolling around like a gulab jamun.
Yeah, Pine bowled well. And
Pine.
He's had plenty of work in the field as well. I love to see him getting down and dirty, though. These Warwickshire fielders haven't been shying away from it.
That's going to drop just short of the fielder. This time it's Russell Lowry. who also, I mean, I know that last over was a big 4 and a 6 off it, but until then he's bowled really tidily as well. I think really this match does kind of belong to the bowlers for most of the time. I think all the bowlers in it have bowled really well. It's just that Warwickshire were able to get game towards the end of the innings. That's, again, timed well. This time Healy doing the sweeping, but once again, it's Lowry that will do the fielding.
He does well. He's fielded well, Lowry, in that position. It can be a bit tricky. The ball can spin and plug in wild and wonderful ways in these conditions. That last ball here for Murphy in the 26th. He's done a good job as well. I think, Warwickshire, they haven't had any passengers in the bowl. I mean, they've all done a reasonably good job as a team. Oh, hello. Hello.
I've seen a number of bowlers do this and say, look, just letting you know.
Friendly warning.
Not on my watch.
Look, that's the way to do it, let's be honest. That's the way to do it. I think batters got their warning. Now it's up to them to heed that warning. Another ball versus human race. Whoa, I think he missed the stumps the first time. He might have been out. But anyway, Van Zanten, he's probably going to need the oxygen run out in a second, but they will get back for another 2 runs.
Do you think
the urgency has finally come, but it's come so late for Norfolk and Suffolk?
Do you think, I'd like to see this again, I reckon here, this is my honest opinion, I think Kevin Bissett can have him, but decide, you know what, Harold is a lovely guy. I think I'd rather keep him out here. I'm not going to run him out. What do you think? I reckon that was very sporting
it's a
of
very
Bissett.
Generous reading of the keeper's actions there. But, yeah, I mean, we want to see more Van Zanten.
Well, we got, and the ice cream van is turning up. I'll have a flake 99.
The hub's come to life.
Yeah.
All right, so 4 overs to go. Hanging in there, 11 and a half. So just can't have a bad over. Oh, misstumping there as he advanced. And one time, Bissett will be disappointed that he wasn't able to hold on to it.
It's Lowry with the ball once again. Short to 1 and 2 wide this time. I think that. He's tripped over himself. Where's the batter at him?
It's a straight red. Straight red. He's gone. What is it for a dive?
Ooh, well,
we've had the Mancad warning.
Replay, please.
We've had a trip up. We've had what you thought was good sportsmanship, where Bissett refused a run out, which I still think is arguable.
Well, we've gone from good sportsmanship to bad. That's hit nicely, and it will be fielded. A lot of people out on, close to the boundary watching at the moment, so we're having to try and see through them to see what's happening, but that's going to be just, what they get there, single?
Just a single.
Just a single.
All right, so the rate's gone out, 2 ball required. Is there a turnaround? And is it Harold that's going to change the complexion of this game? Loves his cricket, South African origin, Harold. And he's going to lift this one up beautifully over backward square leg, and that might run along to the rope. It will. 4 carreras, and it's HVZ representing for Norfolk and Suffolk. What a nice shot to the boundary.
Arriva, kinna sona shot Maria. Well, this was all about the anticipation. I think he might have hurt himself. He's hobbling back. But he is. He's in a bit of trouble here, Harold.
It looks like he's playing the over 80s. is Harold, and Henry and co might be his likely opponents. That sweep took everything out of him. He's also run very hard in this innings as well. He's had to run at his version of 100% for a fair bit of his time between the wickets. Let's see what's next.
Well, he tries to flick this one away. Probably catches a bit of the pad on the way through. Let's see the signal for the umpire. Looks like a leg bye coming up here. It is a leg bye.
Shout out to the umpires as well. I mean, it can't be easy to signal leg byes in these conditions when you're going on the 1 foot. And you can see he actually, his body language told me he was a little bit nervous raising the knee. Because you're only 1 topple away from going viral.
I like the way that we've seen the batting here, really, from Johnston. I did say before that JJ, Good player to watch. He's very quick in between the wickets. He's got a good eye, and you can see he's playing the slow bowlers really well.
Well, it's fearless batting at the moment, you know, and I would say the batting early was fearful.
Yeah.
You know, and I suppose it's a bit of a shame. I mean, it's hard to criticise, you know, the top order as well, because they had some tough bowling to deal with. But see, once that intent there, that fearlessness is there, the runs have started flowing. But the reality is that required rate had already kind of crept into the red zone.
Yeah, Harold is struggling.
Harold's had enough.
Harold is struggling big time. I think he may. I mean, it looks like to me when he played that shot, he got a bit funky. He played a good shot. Whether it's a groin strain or something, but he is in trouble. And I think he realises straight away that one, staying out there is going to make it worse. Secondly, if he's not able to run hard and convert ones into twos, that it could cause an issue for his teammates. So Addy's going to go to see to him and try and make sure he's okay.
Yeah, well, you know, to be completely honest, if you're going to get injured, at least he did it in a way that brought a pretty amazing shot.
I got to say there, having seen the video of Johnny Grimmer yesterday, when Harold saw Addy coming, he said, "Stay back, I'm all right."
That's true. That's a good throwback to 2020. But if it was maybe that sweep shot, it's kind of standing sweep, was the straw that broke the camel's back for Harold, because he'd already sprinted a couple of 44-yard dashes, hadn't he? He had to race the ball.
Harold's going to use this to say, that's why I don't do any of the housework at home.
Good innings, though. Good innings, though, from Harold. I mean, he came out there, he had a dash. See, I would argue that his innings, I'm not sure how many balls he faced, but how many did he face? He faced 8 balls. I reckon 12 balls. 12. We went 12 off 8. But I'd argue he probably had a better time than some people that batted 10 or 15 overs, and kind of has more mental highlights out of that, although he probably might finish on the hospital bed tonight. Anyway, we move forward, and it's Crockett who's out there now, and he will start with a single pretty well struck. But yeah, it feels like it's been a very binary innings. It's either they haven't been going for it or they have, and they just haven't found that gear in between to keep them in contention here, Norfolk and Suffolk, who are going to end up perilously close. Remember, they probably conceded 22 many in the last few overs in the first innings as well.
Yeah, that's a very good point as well. Remember, the innings ended on a high for Warwickshire. The last 3 overs, they almost went at 10s. That helped them get to that 173. And then still, though, even with that, if you got to pinpoint this, is the start that they had. That was they didn't lose the wicket until around that 12th over, but the first 11 over, just 30 on the board. They just didn't give their team the right start. That one, like to think about another. Not going to get there though. Just a single.
It's been a completely different game, hasn't it, in the second half of this inning? We're just watching it. There's a sense of urgency. There's a sense of momentum they've got now, but surely it's too little, too late.
Yeah, it's well bowled.
And you know what it is? It's they've pushed back on Warwickshire, haven't they? They've pushed back, and suddenly, it's almost seemed like Warwickshire have been on the defensive in the second half of this. And it's the same kind of deliveries. They're well-pitched deliveries. It's just, you can either choose to block it or you can choose to take a risk.
Yep.
That may bring some runs, but you may get out as well. But it's amazing how you can make your own luck. That's a good example there. That's a ball you can just flat bat, or you can just tap it back to the bowler, or you can go after it and play a drive and potentially score a run or two.
Yeah, we saw that from when Nick Meakin came out there. He played some lovely shots, but what he did, he injected a little bit of life into the innings, and it's good that the other batters that followed him were doing the same. And they are trying. They're trying much harder. I mean, this could be a wide delivery. The umpire decides it's not.
Jumps across a fair bit there, so probably a fair enough call. But it will be the end of the 28th over. 142 for 5 with 2 overs remaining. Again, a frustrating kind of loss for Norfolk and Suffolk, but I think you got to hand it to Warwickshire. I mean, they asked the right questions, didn't they, in the first part of this innings? And also, you had someone like Bissett come in down the order this time and just give them those extra 20 or 25 runs that have made all the difference in this match.
Yeah, absolutely. Just to give you a comparison, at the end of, at the same point of the innings, Warwickshire were only 10 runs ahead.
Yeah.
But, as I said, they did finish very well in those last 3 overs. So Let's see. It's not impossible, though, is it?
It's not.
Me and you have seen
No,
some amazing things. All it needs is one batter to get a couple of big shots in. That one's up in the air, probably not going to be caught, but can they double up on it?
There was a game
can't.
last year about this time in Bologna in Italy where 35 were required off the last over. They scored 40 and they won with a ball to spare. So I don't know if that will happen, but yeah, we have seen some quite remarkable finishes to games.
It's played well. I like the way that the
Go on, why
the
not?
bowlers have adjusted the line to JJ. JJ just like to hit down the ground. So now to him, they're bowling it shorter and a wider outside off where he's just getting singles or twos. He's not really being able to get a good swing at it.
They should get 2 here as well. And again, why not take it on? They will. The underarm comes in. And again, see, you try, you force a mistake. Bowler was a bit worried. Probably seen a few of those balls hitting the edge of the pitch and causing havoc. And they do get through for another couple.
Yeah, good running. Good hustle.
Hey,
And,
I will say, we looks like we're running slightly late, by the way, for the next game, which is meant to start in 5 minutes' time. Don't think that'll be happening, but we'll let you know the start time. And, of course, that will be on the other stream, won't it, Rico? So that will be the big clash between Sussex and the Australian Kangaroos coming up, match 16, second match of the Champions Pool.
Yeah, very much so. Really looking forward to that match as well. A lot of people on weather watch at the moment. I mean, once again, like I said, while this wind is around, it does seem to be blowing the darker clouds away from us at the moment. That's once again nicely played, but should just be a single, and it will be on this occasion. And just gently roll back to the bowler.
It's been a fun game though. Like I said, there's probably the middle period, the end of the first innings, the start of the second, that Warwickshire won comprehensively.
Yeah.
And that's been the difference between the two teams. Apart from that, it's been a pretty even contest.
Oh, he could be in trouble if he is, but doesn't even decide to throw it away. Does Bissett well bowled, gets good applause. It has been a good spell of bowling there for Larry. Just the one over where they did take a liking to them. But other than that, he's bowled very tidily. So we go into the last with the score 149 for 5.
So last over to come. Still needing 25 to win, 24 to tie. Can't really see that being on the cards, but it's been a really entertaining game, I think. Ebbs and flows, and lots of players involved in the key moments as well. So, wishing these two teams the best. Look, we'd love to have them back at the festival again next year, I'm sure. They've had a great time. That's the feedback I'm getting from all the players. I'm sure people have enjoyed watching as well. As this is a pull shot from Crockett. Always goes back onto his own stumps there. That's a keeper's nightmare when you've got the blade flashing in your face like that. That's one thing the helmet doesn't necessarily protect you from.
Yeah, he swung hard.
Funny there's no rule for that. If you're a keeper and you get a millimetre in front of the stumps too quickly, that's fine. But the batter can whack you in the head, and that's fine apparently. I've seen it happen a couple of times.
Well, it's not fine if you get hit, I'm pretty sure about
According to the
that.
laws. According to the laws. Just saying. Another keeper gripe. I've had a couple of them this morning.
Oh, that will be a wide. And they're called there by umpire Andy.
I know they're just talking about the start time right now.
That's hit firmly, flat batted. Trying to get it in the middle, in the gap. But again, that's good fielding. Covered the ground so well there and just gave it a little kick, a little flick to the fielder. See, I would feel very, very, very disappointed if I got told to take a shoe off for that.
Oh, well, I mean,
that's good work.
Then you have to differentiate, yeah. Then you're making a judgment call.
Especially on a wet field. I get wet socks. I don't like wet socks.
Yeah, the West Indians started the foot fielding craze. Their fast bowlers back in the 70s, 80s were a huge fan of getting down to the ground, mainly because some of them were about 8 feet tall.
I think there's that. The other reason was having played in the Caribbean, if you see the outfield there,
No, well, that's the thing. A lot of players are.
the
but-
ball bobbles around so much, so they don't take the chance.
Oh, reversige! Wow, that would have been an amazing shot. Crockett tries it. Hey, last ball of the game. Let's put our hands together for these two teams. You know, wherever you are watching from around the world, they've given us plenty of excitement. Here's the last ball.
Flicked away, well fielded, an underarm throw back to the keeper, and that will be that. I mean, well done, as you said, to both teams, but also to Norfolk and Suffolk. They do also get past the 150 mark, but they're not going to get to the score they needed, finishing some 20 runs short. Now, look, you know, I said it before, they were on 30 off 11. And what they should, you know, as I said all the way along, you're really looking to be around that 50 mark at the 10 over. If they were there, then this match was definitely on. But that's where they lost out on it. And also, well done to the end of the innings there from Warwickshire. Some of that good hitting towards the end, you know, certainly helped them. And Bissett, I think, you got to remember his contribution when he came in there, the left-hander. He came out and he swung hard. He hit the ball well. And all of those runs that he scored were very valuable. So just remember the way the innings finished with Bissett scoring those very, very important runs. And they were important. I'm just having a look to see. Yeah, he scored 24 not out of 15. And Russell Lowry scored 32 off 39. And those two, when they were together, just got the acceleration in, which helped Warwickshire put that 173 on the board, and that was decisive. I think what was also decisive was the way that Warwickshire bowled early on. The line that they bowled, they made it very difficult. I mean, Duncan Waugh, his 6 overs only went for 15. Nigel Moore only bowled 3. They only went at an economy rate of 3 per over, and there was also then 6 very good overs from David Payne, went for 24. So in general, the bowlers were good, and the batters, particularly the openers, just couldn't push on early on. They couldn't go at around that 4 and over, which could have made all the difference in this contest.
Yeah,
so well done to Warwickshire, but also well played Norfolk and Suffolk.
Yeah, I mean, when you looked at that game, it's only an 18-run game, but it felt that Warwickshire had it in the bag pretty much all the way through that second innings after they had that really tight start. So
yeah.
I think that's a frustrating kind of a loss for Norfolk and Suffolk to know they got so close. Only 18 runs, and we mentioned that was probably, you know, in that range of 20 to 25 that they conceded, probably too many in the last few overs, and it's Bissett that spoiled the party there. So we'll take a break. Looks like we're on for a 2 o'clock start, so we'll be back in around about 10 minutes or so to take you into that one, and it will be the Australian Kangaroos opening their Champions Pool campaign against Sussex. Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo, with Rico Fall very much here and in the commentator's box and not going anywhere. We'll see you very shortly. Turn over to the other stream for match 16, but this is the end of the road for match 15 here in Malta. You're watching Cricket Legends TV and the Malta Seniors Cricket Festival.